Good morning. Today is Thursday, January 30th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of January. If you would please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak that we ask that you speak directly into the microphone and speak as clearly as possible, as this meeting is being both transmitted electronically and being transcribed. Madam Secretary, if we could please proceed to our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during the public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments from the public and from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask any questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments to provide, please do not approach the dais with them. An enforcement agent will come and take them from you. I will first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City who wishes to make public comment?
Good morning, Madam Chairman. It's Brian Krolicki. We have a different sound system and visual system. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect. There's no public comment that I'm seeing in Carson City today.
Thank you. All right, here in Las Vegas, could you please state your name for the record?
I have copies of the handouts here. Honorable members of the Nevada Gaming Commission, my name is Robert Kingston, president of Bob Kingston Productions, Inc., and I'm here to make the following statement with regard to the licensure of Mr. Brandon Hamika, sole member 777 Gaming, LLC, DBA 777 Gaming and Spirits, under the restricted license agenda item number 1 today. As you are aware from previous communications, on January 14th, 2025, I filed a legal complaint in the 8th Judicial District Court in Clark County, Nevada, alleging causes of action for fraud and theft of assets against 777 Gaming, LLC, and Brandon Hamika, among others. I also previously appeared at the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting on January 15th, 2025, to issue a statement and provide a copy of the complaint. In light of the pending litigation, I have been in contact with Mr. Hamika and 777 Gaming, LLC, and we are attempting to resolve these matters cooperatively and amicably. Although there has been no agreement towards resolution yet, we are hopeful that my claims against Mr. Hamika and 777 Gaming, LLC can be settled. I've attached some updates on the settlement efforts to the packet that I distributed to you. In the meantime, I respectfully request that the Nevada Gaming Commission require Mr. Hamika and/or 777 Gaming, LLC to settle the aforementioned claims against them as a condition of licensure, or at least defer consideration to a future meeting agenda. Also, in the event settlement is not successful and is determined through continued litigation that Mr. Hamika and/or 777 Gaming, LLC has engaged in the fraudulent actions and theft as alleged, I intend to file a complaint with the Nevada Gaming Commission, Nevada Gaming Control Board, and all other appropriate licensing agencies, requesting that the licensure of Mr. Hamika and/or 777 Gaming, LLC be revoked or suspended. Please advise if you have any questions, would like to review the attachments, or if you would like me to stay to be present for the agenda item discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's no request by the commission for anyone to stay for anything. So at this time, your statement to the Nevada Gaming Commission with its attachments will be made part of the record. Thank you. Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Diamante Asbury here on behalf of the Culinary Union. Over 50 Over 5,300 workers unionized at 8 Station Casinos properties over a 3-year period, winning elections by a combined average of 65%. An employer like Station Casinos violates federal labor law by encouraging, promoting, or providing assistance to employees seeking to decertify their union. Very simply put, workers vote in a union and then workers themselves can vote out the union, but management cannot encourage, promote, or assist in this decertification. In documents provided in a discovery in an ongoing federal labor law trial, a Station Casino's general manager wrote that the corporate head of Station Casino's human resources instructed him to gather names of employees who would assist with the decertification effort. On January 11th, 2020, the general manager of Palace Station texted a colleague, "Phil says to get me the names of the people who can help with decertification, but don't get directly involved." The same GM wrote about how his involvement in completing decertification came at a personal cost. So he said, "I got the decertification of the union completed." He texted this to a colleague September of 2020. "We submitted to them yesterday. Effing lost part of my life in that process. Craziest deal ever." The colleague responded, "Awesome, congratulations. You have to be approaching Golden Boy status." Palace Station GM, who was referred to as Golden Boy, is now the general manager of Durango Station. We again encourage the board and commission to monitor the ongoing federal labor law proceedings against Station Casinos. 21 hearing dates have been set through June. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to give us your prepared comments? Thank you. Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comments? Sir, please step forward.
Ok. Ok, mi nombre es José García, trabajo en Boulder Station por 9 años. En el año en que entré ya tenían las elecciones ganadas y la compañía no ha respetado nada, sigue igual, incluso con carga laboral, que ahora hacemos más trabajo que antes. Por ejemplo, siempre nos tenía todo preparado y ahora ya tengo que preparar yo lo que voy necesitando. Y también cambian los días, el horario sin avisarle a uno.
So for translation, my name is Jose Raimundo Garcia. I have worked at Boulder Station for 9 years. In the year that I came, the union had already won the elections and the company has not respected anything. It continues to be the same, even with the workload, which we actually now do more work than before. For example, they used to have everything ready for us and now I have to prepare what I need. And also they change the schedules without notifying anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment? There appearing to be no one else present to make a public comment. I just want to state on behalf of the commission and myself, take this opportunity to publicly thank prior board member, Dr. Brittany Watkins, for her service to our state on the board. When I was appointed as chair of the Nevada Gaming Commission, she was right there, available and ready to assist me in numerous endeavors, including staffing and all kinds of things that are thankless tasks. And so I do thank her for her grace and courtesy to me over the last several years. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of my colleagues when I say that her service is greatly appreciated. And on behalf of my colleagues and myself, I would like to welcome the newest board member to this meeting. Board Member Sandal, it's very nice to meet you. And we are all available for you, and we look forward to you doing great things. Thank you. So at this time, Madam Secretary, if you, I think it's next on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Correct. Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for December 2024.
Each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions or comments, I believe this is in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in the restricted consent items.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 4 and 5. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Does anyone have any questions or comments before I call for a motion? There being none, does anyone wish to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted consent items number 4 and 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
All right, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. That brings us to the non-restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Canby Group PLC for registration as a publicly traded corporation and for licensure as sole shareholder of Sports Information Services Limited and of Canby USA Inc. You also have the applications of Cermic GmbH for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability as a trustee of Hera VC Trust. It is also the applications of Hera VC Trust for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability as a shareholder of Veralda FL AG. You also have the applications of Veralda FL AG for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Veralda Investment Limited. It is also the applications of Veralda Investment Limited for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Canby Group PLC. You also have the applications of Sports Information Services Limited doing business as Canby for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor and as an information service. It is also the application of Canby USA Inc. for licensure as a key employee of Sports Information Services Limited doing business as Canby. It is also the applications of Bengta Strom, Lars Clays, Bengta Nyland, David Kenyon, Christopher Saw, Joanna Forsell, and Eric Logdberg for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer, director, beneficial owner, controlling beneficial owner, managing director, shareholder, sole beneficiary, and or key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing with my partner to my right, Dennis Gutwald. We're both appearing on behalf of the applicant, Canby Group PLC, and the related applicants listed on the agenda that Madam Secretary just read. Canby Group PLC is an international business-to-business sports wagering company that is very excited to be here today. It's been quite a while and taken some time, but they're very happy to be here at the finish line to be licensed in Nevada. Canby Group is a business-to-business company, as I said, and they're listed on the NASDAQ First North Growth Market and NASDAQ Stockholm, the public company. We know, Mr. Chair Togliatti, we made a presentation for the board, and if you'd like, you could proceed with a similar presentation with your permission.
Thank you.
I'll turn over then to Dennis Gutwald to lead our presentation. Thank you.
Hello, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm at McDonald Carano. First, I'm going to introduce the individual applicants, and then we'll see what you want to do for a presentation. All right. We've got Andrew Strom, the chairman of Canby, Chris Saw, the CTO, David Kenyon, the chief financial officer, Christian Nyland, a director, Patrick Clace, another director, Marlene Forsell, a director, and then we have Eric Logberg, who functions in the role of the chief operating officer. And would you like us to do the full presentation? I don't think we have a clicker, so we can just kind of wing it.
Sure, an abbreviated version is.
Abbreviate it, so come on up.
Dear members of the Nevada Gaming Commission, Madam Secretary, my name is Bengt Anders Ström. I'm the co-founder of Canby Group and the chairman of the company since November 2023. Canby Group PLC is a business-to-business sports betting platform provider founded in 2010. It was spun off from the betting operator and publicly traded company Unibet Group PLC in 2014. In 2018, Canby acquired its first licenses in the USA in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. We are now here to make a company presentation to you, which we don't.
David Kenyon.
Yeah. After David has made the company presentation, we will continue with the introduction of the individual applicants.
Thank you.
I think we'll do the whole presentation.
Skip it there.
Hello, my name is David Kenyon, Chief Financial Officer at the Canby Group. So I'm just going to introduce briefly the company. We're a leading global provider of B2B sports betting services and technology. We offer best-in-class sports betting products with regulatory compliance, a key focus and USP for us as a company. We offer our services multi-channel, so that's online, mobile, and through retail terminals. And our global scale enables elite performance through a huge amount of data that we process. We work on an in-house developed technology and platform, and we also have a proprietary bet builder part of our platform, which is now a key part of our offering. Our odds are produced by traders and algorithms, and we also have an increasing use of artificial intelligence in the company to produce our prices. And we have a vast live and pre-match offering covering all sports globally. We work in 60 plus regulated markets and have over 6 million unique active players on our platform. And we have 45 operators who we provide these B2B services to. And we have over 1,000 employees. Staff are key to our company. We've got offices in 8 countries. We have an office in Philadelphia with over 50 staff. Across the company, we have 60 nationalities, and 30% of our staff is female outside of the trading function. So diversity, you can say, is definitely at the core of our company. That's who we are.
Thank you.
Eric Logberg will talk a little bit about the operations.
Hello, my name is Eric Logberg. So a bit more, me and Chris will tell a bit more about how we do and how we set up. So we are an end-to-end sportsbook, meaning we can cover all the aspects of producing the sportsbook, from risk management to trading, odds compiling, the product and technical compliance, as well as the actual betting app, the betting interface. So we, from a value chain perspective, we acquire real-time data, what's actually happening in the sport events around the globe. That goes into our system and algorithms, and from there we produce the full offering. On the other end of the chain, we connect our service into the operator's own wallet and player account management. That is not something that we build. The operator need to build this themselves or outsource to another third party. And what David said, we do a lot of sport events. We do around 500,000 sport events per year. Automated to a very high degree, of course, but we also have a quite big trading and risk management and product compliance organization to make this work. Retail, of course, is probably more important in Nevada retail sports betting than maybe anywhere else. And we have built up a very successful retail service and business the past 5 years or so, and have had great success in other US states with that service. With customers like Rush Street, Penn, Parks, and many tribal operators, we are actually the biggest retail sportsbook in several other US states. So that's, of course, one of the reasons that we're here today. We see good business development opportunities for us to take this leading service into also the Nevada market. We also have an existing customer in Bally's who want to work with Kambi also in Nevada, and we're hoping that to be our first customer in this state. And finally, of course, we think it would be a very good quality stamp for Kambi to get the Nevada license to show that we can hold ourselves to the highest technical and corporate standards.
Thank you.
We'll have Chris Saw come up.
Good morning, Chris Saw, CTO Canby. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Commission. So to reiterate what Eric has said, we have our web, mobile, and retail solution that we serve globally. Initially in Nevada, we're submitting our retail solution to the tech division, and we're currently in testing with GLI. We hope to be completed that testing during the first half of the year and work with Bally's to have a field trial sometime after that. It's important to note that Canby can offer online and mobile services. However, we are not currently a player account management system. So we work with our partners. If in the event we do online, our partners will provide a player account management system for us to integrate to, and that will be resubmitted to the tech division for further evaluation. What we do provide is the software to do the risk management and the probabilities of a sports book. Our partners, the casinos in this case, They manage all the risks and liabilities. They handle the cash. Their internal controls are their prerogative, and they make the decisions about the day-to-day operations of the retail and online sports books. It's worth noting, as I've said, we take regulatory compliance very seriously. We have 3 core groups inside Canby that deal with this. We have our regulatory compliance team, so our lawyers and paralegals who make sure we understand the obligations in every regulation that we're in. We have operational compliance who ensure the events and bet offers, the markets that we offer in any given jurisdiction are legal. We have a technical compliance team that ensure our technical platform complies with all the regulations that we have. Interesting to note with regards to offering compliance, we're also proud members of the International Betting Integrity Association, and we take sports betting integrity very, very seriously. Last year, we received 446 alerts from that organization, which we investigated and took action on where necessary. Internally, we performed 1,400 different investigations of potential where we saw, outside of alerts we received, the need to investigate the integrity of a particular sporting event or participant. That leads to us actually blocking around 3,000 events a month where we don't believe the integrity of those events is worthwhile the risk of offering them. So that doesn't mean that we believe those events are bad. It just means the risk is too high that they could be something not appropriate with them. I'll hand over to David Kenyon to talk further about compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello again, David Kenyon, CFO. So as Chris mentioned, compliance is really at the heart of our business, and he talked through the robust compliance teams we have. Wanted to flag that we do carry out, of course, due diligence on new customers and partners we work with. We outsource background checking of entities and individuals before we work with them. This outsourced company also screens for politically exposed persons, sanctions, and any adverse media for potential partners. And of course, we do a thorough review of their corporate structure and licensing. We're trying to make compliance even more robust in the company, so we're putting in place the compliance committee, which will meet quarterly. It will comprise myself, the CEO, the CTO, Eric, the COO, and we're also in the process of appointing an independent member to that committee. We've also just submitted a compliance plan to the Gaming Control Board in line with their template. It's a plan which will ensure that we do the appropriate due diligence on partners. It will ensure the suitability of our contractual relationships with other entities and individuals. It will make sure we maintain compliance with the Nevada Gaming Control Act and also with any other laws and regulations in jurisdictions where we operate. So we think this is quite a robust compliance plan all in all.
Thank you.
And then Anders is going to address a little bit of the delay in the investigation, and then we'll have the individual applicants come up and speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are coming now to the individual applicants' presentation soon, but before that, I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to the Commission for the length of time this process has taken. Canby and the Canby applicants were initially not prepared properly for the application process. After the poor start to the process, we have done everything we could to rectify those matters, and we are pleased to be stood here in front of you today. I would say that we now have a very good team in place. We have good advice, good processes, and especially good counsel from McDonald Carano. The company got better with all these improvements during our process of the Nevada application, and I would also like to say that we appreciate very much the agents, particularly in this case because of the amount of time and experience they put in. They are clearly top class. Any questions on that?
You know, we may have questions about the company and anything that any of you have said, and maybe we should do it, take those questions now and then handle the individuals. How does that sound?
Yeah, let's do company questions first, and then we'll go to the individuals.
Okay, we'll do that. First of all, on behalf of the commission members, including Commissioner Krolicki, who is in Carson City, and because I'm talking right now, you can't see him, but we're all very appreciative of your being here in person. We appreciate that this is a two-tiered process, and that it's a rigorous one, and it may seem at oftentimes tedious to applicants, but it means quite a bit. to see you show that level of respect to come here twice. And we appreciate it very much. And so I say that just as a preliminary matter. So thank you for being here in person. With that said, Commissioner Krolicki, how do you feel about starting?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. I'd be pleased to do so. It's very lonely up here. I do have some friends in the audience, but you also look kind of tight. I don't know if I'd fit in the rostrum with all of you, so you have more elbow room today. But thank you for the opportunity to meet the Canby folks. I must say, just listening to over 2 hours of the presentation at the Gaming Control Board, you have such an impressive team, through and through. So I am in great admiration of the team Mr. Strong and you and others have assembled. I think you mentioned Nevada being the gold standard multiple times. And, perhaps what Chair Tagliati just mentioned, the duality of the control board and the commission and some of the processes and disclosures that were required, that makes us the gold standard. And I'm delighted, it's all worked out and brought you in front of us today. But if I just have a couple items I'd like to discuss. So again, the delay, it is unfortunate. You've been licensed in other places in the United States. So perhaps, again, it shows Nevada has a standard that may be a little bit different or a little bit higher. But it's clear that disclosure and transparency, and if there are any issues that would pique the interest of the Gaming Control Board or this commission, you will be immediately forthcoming in sharing of information. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Good. I'm not to do an aside here, but I don't know if you went back to Europe in this 2-week interim, but if you stayed in the United States, it was certainly an interesting time to be in the United States. Did you travel home, or have you stayed in North America during this time?
No, I traveled back and forth since I was also busy doing business in France in the meantime.
Everybody's busy, but as Chair Tagliati said, your in-person appearance, and a lot of you on 2 occasions, 2 weeks apart, is greatly appreciated. I have questions about the internal audit team that you have. Just the material and what I thought I heard previously and a little bit what I've heard now. But I know you've got one dedicated person, but you're going to beef that up, as we would say here. But I think I also saw reference to addition. I thought it was in the Gaming Control Board presentation. There were 5 technical compliance folks and perhaps another almost dozen staffers. But could you discuss, your internal audit procedures and what they are today versus what you imagine them to be shortly?
Yeah, hi, it's David Kenyon again, the CFO. So yeah, you're right. It's one person working internal audit at the moment. She reports to the audit committee, to some of the members are here today, and she sets an annual plan with them as to what controls and areas of the company to work on and test during the year. And she also then works on the findings of audits that happen during the year. I'd say she's in general supported by the compliance team. So as you mentioned, there's 15 on the regulatory compliance and licensing side, 5 on the technical compliance, and 11 on the offering compliance. So, all in all, it's quite a big team helping and supporting in these areas. In terms of specific internal audit, yeah, I think the plan would be, we will look to, I think, increase that function as and when the workload requires it. And, obviously the more jurisdictions we're in, the more audits are going to come up and more work is going to be needed by internal audit. So definitely we're open to increasing the size of that function in due course.
Mr. Kenyon, while you're standing there, perhaps a couple other things that you were ideally suited to address. The compliance plan, I think, was in play a few weeks ago, but that has indeed been submitted and it's in the hands of the Gaming Control Board. Is that correct? Correct. Yeah, it's been submitted now. The testing that we've talked about at Bally's and other places, I think you just said mid-year, but I think you specifically stated July, but are you still, you can affirm that, July or somewhere close to that is when you intend to roll this out at Bally's, Lake Tahoe?
Chris Saul, CTO of Canby here. We anticipate being ready for July. We rely on Bally's deciding to move forward with that date. So we anticipate being ready, but we can't say for sure that we'll actually be launching in July, since we're dependent on the third party.
Interesting. Okay, good. And for the record, I'm a neighbor of Bally's Lake Tahoe, so anything that happens there is important to me. I'm excited that you all are bringing that technology to the South Shore of Lake Tahoe. I know folks are very excited who work there and can see this value added that you're doing. Another question that's really just more out of curiosity. I know you're publicly traded in the Swedish NASDAQ market, but with the activities that you're doing in the global, do you have any ambitions to co-list in the United States on the NASDAQ here through, depository receipts or anything like that, or you plan to stay exclusively public in the Swedish markets?
I think at the moment, it's just the plan is to stay on the market we're at and focus on developing our business in the US and globally. So really the focus now is.
Our court reporter doesn't know who's speaking.
Oh,
so
apologies.
When you all switch, could you state your name before you start?
Of course.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
so it was David Kenyon, Chief Financial Officer. Yeah, so that's the focus then is actually more right now is to focus on the business, developing the business in Nevada, in the US more generally. So changing of list obviously comes with a big project, very expensive and time consuming. So at the moment, actually, we're focused on the business.
Perfect, thank you. And that's my fault for, querying folks and getting different people to the microphone. So my apologies for doing that to you. The other item that you spent quite a bit of time discussing with, it was part of the delay, but also some of the withdrawal things, the law changes in Malta. That is, now that's very clear to me and why those things happened. So I don't even have a question about that, but I appreciate that discussion at the Gaming Control Board level. So Madam Chair, that's what I have on a corporate level at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. I would ask Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you. I also want to echo the chair's comments with respect to having you here. It is much easier to try to communicate in person than it is over Zoom. So we appreciate having each of you present. Mr. Kenyon, I believe you were speaking about audit. You indicated you have one person in audit, but 15 in regulatory compliance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the regulatory compliance team they're responsible for applying for licenses, maintaining licenses, and then renewals of licenses, and then informing the business about changes in regulations that the business needs to know about.
Can you give me a general overview of what the audit plan typically looks like? One person just seems very inadequate to me, given the size of your company, but again, it may be that I just don't understand.
Yeah, so we have an annual financial audit each year, and they come up with any concerns they would have on the company's internal financial controls.
Is that done by internal auditor or is that
That's
by your external? That's your external auditor.
External auditor. And
yeah, I'm just generally asking about your internal auditor.
Yeah, and the findings from that would then feed into her work for the year. So she'd set a plan saying she'd focusing mainly on the financial controls in the business. So she's much more focused on the financial controls, controls around our banking and payments and our accounting. So she'll focus on areas she thinks are relevant for the business in discussion with the audit committee. So she's much more focused on financial internal controls, whereas the compliance team I mentioned, they're the ones who are looking at the application of regulations across the whole company.
Right, but the internal audit is the only independent person that's reporting to the audit committee, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so she's not generally doing operational audits or procedure, audits of your internal controls and such.
Yeah, and that's when I talked about expanding the function. Maybe that would be the trigger for that. Chris?
Chris, so I can add to that. So Canby is ISO 27001 certified, which is a security certification. And on top of that, we have the World Lottery Association Security Control certification. As part of that ISMS program, our internal auditor also audits our internal processes and the findings of our external auditors. So beyond the financial auditing that she's doing with the audit committee, she is involved with the operational and security controls of the entire company.
Okay. How many offices do you have?
I think about 8.
8. And she covers.
She covers all of that. She does
All
that
of
with
that.
support of those teams. So those teams will then work across the company to bring her the people to interview, the evidence she needs to review.
So you have 8 offices, over 1,000 people, including about 50 in Philadelphia. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate that overview. Again, I mean, it seems very, very light and something that
Understood.
might be problematic if you're not having somebody independently focused on reviewing procedures. Obviously, the people conducting the operations always feel that, you know, they're doing so accordingly. And they just don't have that independent overview. So that's concerning to me. With respect to, I believe you were speaking about being ready in July, but you indicated that's obviously relying on third parties. Are you referring to GLI?
So we anticipate being done with the GLI certification and being ready for our field trial in July, yes.
Okay, so it hasn't been submitted to the
No.
board yet. When do you expect to be ready, be completed with the process at GLI?
The process with GLI, we believe we're about two-thirds of the way through. So sometime during, perhaps towards the end of Q1, we anticipate going back to the board with the technical division and reviewing the results.
Okay. All right. And is Bally's the only Nevada company that you're currently
That's the only
have agreements
Nevada
with?
company we currently have a contract with, yes.
Okay. And generally, I mean, I understand you're B2B and that in Nevada, you're focusing on the retail aspect of it. Could you just give us a quick snapshot of what parts your system would do from, you know, the player perspective to the bet being
From the player
finalized and paid?
perspective, the Canby Sportsbook system is designed to be sort of agnostic to who the player is. We don't have their identity. We don't have their payment methods. We don't have their transactions. That's all handled by the player account management system, which Bally's have their own vendors for that. And that system is the one that handles the full identity of the player, the KYC, the AML of their transactions. We have a reference between the systems so we can identify for our partners their transactions in our system and feed that back to them via our APIs. But we keep our system sort of private by design by not ingesting more information than we need to do our job.
Okay, so I apologize because my question was probably not clear. If I'm a bettor and I go bet at Bally's, you're interacting with their player management system.
If you're a bettor and you bet with Bally's, you'd be interacting initially with their player account management system when you do the registration.
Right.
Then when you log in, you'll log into the Bally's system. When you deposit or withdraw, you'll be depositing or withdrawing with the Bally's system. When you load the sports book, you will see probabilities that have been provided by Canby and approved by Bally's. And when you attempt to place a wager, the wager information will be assessed by Canby and recommended to Bally's whether they should accept the bet or not.
And when you're indicating probabilities, as far as I understand that it's the vendor that's doing the risk management.
They have the total liability management.
So do
yes.
they decide which offerings they're going to pass along to the customer?
That's correct.
System?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to piggybacking onto Bally's system, is that something that you've done? And maybe
Yes, in multiple other jurisdictions, we're already live with Bally's.
Okay.
And integrated with they have multiple PAM, internal and third party PAM, that player account management systems that they use. So we're integrated to multiple systems.
Okay, so they don't have just the one. I was just curious that
correct.
obviously would make it a little bit easier if you've already integrated with them.
We are integrated with it. We don't know what their plans are for online in Nevada at this time. In the retail context, it's 100% with our system because it's anonymous retail wagering in that respect. They may have loyalty systems that they control, but we have no insight to those.
Do you know which player account management system they're using in Nevada that you will be integrating with?
No, I do not.
That
it hasn't been discussed at this point because the initial launch will be retail.
Okay. And I think relatedly, you indicated that you provide the software for them to manage risk, but they're the ones that are actually making the decisions.
Correct, but they make the decisions on the risk levels they will accept, and they inform us of those decisions, and we assist them with implementing that.
Okay. Are those risk decisions made on a global basis? as
They-
opposed
they-
to bet-to-bet basis?
It's made on a event level, bet offer level basis. I mean, a bet to bet basis in the online scenario, obviously their transactional system can decide what bets to take on our advice. In the retail scenario, obviously their staff at the casino make decisions on a per bet basis if this is a patron they want to deal with.
And where are your servers located that would be servicing, if you will, the Nevada operation?
We use Continent 8 and they have an approved
I'm
location.
sorry, I didn't
We
understand.
use a partner called Continent 8. They're a vendor for gaming companies and they have an approved location here in Nevada.
Um, I had one more question and I lost it. I can't read my note. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Markantonis?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Saul, this probably is a question for you. There are two things that I'm not completely clear on, but very impressive discussion, presentation to the Nevada's Gaming Control Board. If I might ask, we had talked about that can be structured to 4 divisions, is my understanding at least, that we were talking about the front end, which is the retail, and that's very logical. You've got the AI section that I think obviously is developing all of the time. I was more interested in the esports side, and I think was that Avios or something
Correct.
like that?
Avios is the esports division.
Right. And I'm just very, obviously, because it's such a new field just for the industry, I would like to understand a little bit more about that, if I can. Going back to your earlier comment that you follow guidelines from the International Betting Integrity Association.
Yes, amongst others.
And I would be, so could you tell us a bit more about how the one ties into the other? Does the International Betting Integrity Association focus, obviously, specifically sports events, pre or post?
The IBIA focuses on sports events in general, and both pre and post. The way they work is they receive information from all of their members. So we have our own internal processes continually assessing whether we believe wagers we've taken could be at risk to sports integrity. Our obligation as a member of the IBIA would be to notify them should we become aware of such an event. And then they issue alerts to the other members who will do their own investigations and bring that information back together to share with all members about an event that might be suspicious.
Okay, and when eventually esports develops, though, will this become a very fuzzy or gray area on how they can regulate or advise on something like esports, which is not a factual?
I think with esports, you have to be very careful about, because you have young participants in many cases. You have many different esports leagues. You have to find the ones that have integrity guidelines. So when we are assessing a esports league that we would consider offering probabilities and prices on, we'll be looking at the probity of that league, the probity of the teams, the probity of the members of the teams to make sure that it is an acceptable risk to offer these wagers from a regulatory perspective and a sports integrity perspective. And obviously operate within the guidelines of every jurisdiction. Some jurisdictions allow esports and some do not.
What do you see as the timeline for eventually when esports becomes a much bigger part of our business?
That's probably a $1 billion question. It's growing every year. The reason we made the investment is Abios because we do believe that it is coming. Younger patrons are definitely more inclined to make wagers on things like esports than they are golf or horses, for example. It's something they've grown up with watching on social media, that those athletes playing those esports, and we believe it will grow. But the exact timeline is hard to put a number on.
Very interesting. And the 4th division, excuse me, was, well, we talked retail, we talked AI, we talked esports. What was your
So we have the Abios for esports. We have Tesseract, which is the AI pricing.
Right.
We have Shape, which is the front ends, and we have Canby Sportsbook, which provides the transactional systems for doing the publishing of the prices, the management for our operators, and the transactions, the risk transactions in that respect.
Thank you. It's very much more clear for me. Thank you. And of course, Mr. Strim, it must be quite a big event for you. You must have a lot of pride in founding something 15 years ago almost, and now being in front of Nevada's Gaming Control Board. And I'm not sure that would have even been a quote, a glimmer in your eye, for lack of a better description, when you founded the company in 2010. You care to comment on that?
No, actually, since Kambi came out of Unibet, from being a division in Unibet, Unibet was actually founded in 1997 already. And in January 98, I visited Nevada the first time, and I've come back frequently ever since. So for me to stand here in front of you and with the hope of acquiring a license here, it's a great moment for me and my colleagues in the company.
Oh, well, thank you for being here and congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Do you want me to do the individual?
Once we're not,
We have a few
we have a
more.
couple.
Okay.
Commissioner Solis Rainey has a follow-up.
She remembered the question.
I deciphered my notes. I had all the employee and offices all in one place and they got jumbled. I understand you don't currently have any employees in Nevada, correct?
There's not here yet.
Okay. Does the company anticipate that changing once they get going and with Bally's?
David Kenyon, Chief Financial Officer. No, actually, we won't need to have any permanent staff here for ballets. I mean, maybe longer term, we might consider it more from a commercial angle in terms of kind of establishing commercial contacts, but we won't need it for the ballet's operation.
In terms of support, how will their operations be supported? Should they need anything from Kambi once it's online?
Probably, I mean, a lot of it's kind of done virtually, but also some of our staff in the Philadelphia office will travel over here to support on the ground, for short periods of time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. And I want to echo the comments of my colleagues and thank you all again as well for personally being here in Boulder City, Nevada. This might be a question for council. I was just curious in our investigative reports. We had some information, regarding an administrative proceeding in Brazil with an appeal there. And there were supposed to be some rulings in August 15th of 24. I just wanted to know if you could comment at all on any of that.
From my understanding, it's all gone away now because the Brazilian federal government now is regulating gaming. So a lot of that stuff has become moot. It's my understanding.
Okay. Yeah, we had that in our materials and I was just curious as to what was going on with that.
Yeah, it's not expected to be, it's not expected to move forward at this point. But I can check with the Kambi's legal people to just keep the board updated on it.
And I'm fully supporting, the application. It's wonderful that you're all here. I just had another question though, as to, again, in our materials, I saw that there was a regulatory violation in December of 24 in New Jersey, which resulted in some fines for past posting errors. And I was just curious if you could give us an update or tell us what happened maybe with that.
Who's drawing the short straw?
Was this regarding to the issue of 2020?
It wasn't 2020. I saw, let me go to my materials. It said it was December of 24.
Yeah.
So, Christopher Saw, CTO. I think the final assessment by the DG was in December 24. I think it may have been related to an earlier past posting incident where one of the challenges with many data providers and lots of events offered in the modern sportsbook is event dates and times change. We have many systems to make sure we keep up with that, but occasionally something does slip through the cracks. We'll have an event that stays on site in a pre-match state versus a live state, and that's what happened there.
So fine came out in 24, but it was something.
It was for an early, I don't remember the exact date, but it was for an earlier case of past posting where an event had stayed on site too long and failed to transition from pre-match to live.
Implemented anything to help alleviate that kind of problem?
Anytime we have a problem like that, we mentioned the operational compliance team, that's the team that is 24/7, making sure that we have appropriate controls and mitigations in place for the risks related to bad data and changes in event times. I can't talk specifically to that occurrence, but certainly anytime that happens, we engage with the regulator where we need to and talk about a plan to ensure the risk of this reoccurring is very low.
Thank you. That was all really the questions I had. I just want to commend all of you, and I want to, with just saying it's very ironic that a group of Swedish applicants would be investigated by Supervisor Abba. In this. Anybody else caught that? Probably nobody else caught
I
that.
hadn't thought that. That's, yeah.
How is Supervisor Abba the one on this case? It just was very ironic and coincidence. I think not, but anyway, thank you so much again for coming here.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I ask one more question, please?
Sure, of course.
It's general. I know we've heard that your systems don't touch individual customer information, through Bally's. It's up to your customers to maintain those records and logs, et cetera. But cybersecurity certainly has been a big topic, in just about everyone's plate. And then certainly some of the non-restricted folks in Nevada have been in the news just very recently about issues and repercussions about cybersecurity attack and the fallout for that. Being in 8 different countries, 1,000 people, interfacing with the various systems of the customers, how do you handle cybersecurity, and do you have a plan in place? And do you have a CISO, as we would call it here? But how do you handle cybersecurity matters that could face Canby?
So thank you for the question. I'm the Information Security Officer for Canby, so I wear the CTO hat and the ISO hat. I mentioned previously our Information Security Management System program, which is modeled on the ISO 27001 and the WASCS controls. So that is a very large set of controls that we should consider that are applicable to Canby, and that is continually assessed by my internal security operations team. Operationally, we also have a SOC, a Security Operations Center, which is a third-party 24/7 service that integrates directly with our own team members should any indications of cyber criminal activity be detected. We are also now pursuing a SOC 2 certification, which is very similar to the ISO 27001, but it's more suited to the audiences in the US because it's same, but different in that respect. So we'll have a very comprehensive review of our internal program, and it's always assessed to be that the controls we have chosen to have in place are appropriate, and we're not skipping things that just because they're inconvenient or difficult, that we have every control we need in place.
That's interesting. I was actually going to ask you about SOC 2. I'm on a board of a company that is going through a SOC 2 audit procedure because we sell to some of the largest companies, on the planet, and they want to test us, and that certification's just critical. So it's interesting that you now are in the SOC 2 world.
Yep, we are pursuing that now and anticipate having our first compliance certificate this year.
But you do not have a specific individual who serves as a CISO?
No, no individual. That's myself. And in matters relation to cybersecurity goals, I directly interact with our CEO on what we need to be pursuing.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I would echo the comments of Chair Hendrick and Commissioner Solis Rainey on the one auditor situation. I certainly hope she remains healthy for your sake and that there's no absences that are outside of her control, because it seems like a lot of responsibility and a very difficult task for somebody to just step into, although based from what I'm hearing, you could do it.
I'm heavily involved in the audit process. We support
that job and the other 2 jobs.
We have a lot of teams supporting her in that respect.
Right. So I just have a question, kind of a general question. The folks that we are meeting here today and that we've heard talking to the board at their meeting are heavy in finance, economics, obviously technology. And you do have a great legal team here in Nevada, no question. But I guess my question would be, as far as, lawyers advising you in-house, what does that look like?
I would defer to Mr. Kenyon on that question.
And just to give you context of why I ask, there's issues related to cybersecurity and how compliance issues that relate to gaming, right? And then there's issues relating to doing business in the United States and litigation and potential liabilities. And so I'm just curious in that regard.
Yeah, so it's David Kenyon again, Chief Financial Officer. So we have the legal team we have a Chief Legal Officer, and under him, the team is split into the compliance team that I mentioned earlier, but also then a commercial legal team who handle all our contracts with customers, suppliers, any contracts that we enter into, and responsibility for all assessments of liability issues for the company and making sure we don't enter onerous contracts. Then they also use a wide network of external advisors, particularly in the US, because all of our lawyers are actually based in the UK and London office. So
how many lawyers are we talking about?
We have,
just curious.
We have around 10 commercial lawyers in the UK, but then, a network of external advisors almost globally, wherever we need to operate and we need local advice, we'll take counsel.
Understood. I was just curious. Thank you. Is there anything else that anybody has to ask about the company operations before we move to the individuals? When you're ready.
We'll bring Anders first.
Anders Ström, Chairman. So I'm born in the first generation where we had a home computer in our home, and it's led to a big interest in computers, programming, and also mathematics and statistics during my teenage years. After my military service, this led me to move to Karlstad in the west of Sweden to study math and stats at university. And during that period, at the same time to finance my studies, I started my first company, which was an interactive media company servicing the sports and horse racing industry. With the advent of internet, it gave me the idea to found and develop an online sports betting company in 1997. And I named it Unibet. We acquired our first betting license in the United Kingdom in 1998, and I was initially the CEO and then the business development director during the development of the company up till the years 2010. At 2010, I became the chairman of the board of Unibet, who later was renamed to Kindred Group PLC. My chairmanship ended in 2020 in that company. Unibet developed strongly, and we went public in 2004. And towards the end of that decade, we saw an increasing need for more advanced sports betting platform, which led to the foundation of Kambi Group in 2010 from a division in Unibet. Kambi developed and was spun off and listed separately in 2014 to be distributed to the existing shareholders of Unibet and also to some of the key members of staff. In 2018, we entered the US market with the licenses in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. After initially having been on the advisory board and a director in Kambi, I took the helm as chairman in November 2023, and that's my current role. Besides my work for Kambi, I am a big horse racing fan, and I run a racing and breeding operation in mainly USA and France. And I'm open to your questions.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Strom, what a pleasure. You are such a magnificent story, and the information that I have and what you presented, you're a man who appears to come from very humble beginnings, but through education and your military service. And, I love your horse racing stories and about announcing. I think Chair Hendrick, when you were with the Gaming Control Board, was most fascinated in this, in that, if it were not for someone else getting a job, you would not have taken the path that you have that has accumulated quite a bounty for you and created 1,000 jobs in 8 different countries for people. I mean, it's a spectacular story, and someone from Netflix should come and visit you and think about putting you in a mini series. But it's just incredibly impressive. A couple things, some lighthearted, some not so lighthearted. But where does the name Canby come from? It's an unusual name. I don't believe it's Swedish, but where does the name come from?
It was a number of candidate names, and Canby, I believe, is Japanese, I think it is, but the translation means perfection.
Interesting. And you currently have an interest or controlling interest in 38 different public and private companies. Is that true? And how do you track all of that?
You mean my private interests?
Correct.
Yes. In the Veralda Group, I have a team of people who work with my investments. Since I mainly focus on Canby and my horse racing businesses, I have a team of investment professionals who monitor and make decisions on investing in other diversifying investments across many different industries.
That you're able to focus on being chairman of Canby. Because we will hold you responsible, sir. But what you've done, and we've already just talked about it, and Commissioner Solis Rainey mentioned it. You've created 1,000 jobs around the world. We would invite you to explore the opportunities in Nevada. I'm wearing one of my old hats about selling Nevada and a great place to do business. I think you know that already, but if you're ever interested in growing operations in the United States, Nevada is a great place to do that. And I also invite you to do some Nevada horse racing. We're not a pari-mutuel race state, as you know, but we have horse racing once a year in 2 small rural areas, one in Elko, which is in northern Nevada on the Utah border, and one in Ely on the middle of the state on the Utah border. It is charming. It's Nevada culture. So someday, if you have your schedule available, you should take in some Nevada style horse racing. I'm sure they'd give you an opportunity to be a guest announcer.
I will sure do. Horse racing all over the world is interesting, and especially new places.
But again, it's a great pleasure for me to have this opportunity to meet you. I'm sorry I'm not there in person, but you've built something pretty special, and I fully support your company's application and certainly yours. So good on you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Strom, thank you again for being here. Your background is impeccable, and I echo the comments by Commissioner Korlicki. But I did have a question regarding trotting horses. What are they? What's the difference between a trotting racing horse?
Yeah, and so basically the sport that most people recognize is the thoroughbreds, the gallop horse, which is known, for example, for the Kentucky Derby or races like that. Trotting is popular in Europe, especially in Scandinavia and France, and it's actually a horse running in the pace of trot, and with a cart behind and a jockey that sits behind and have reins to steer the horse. It makes a very much tactical race, and it also is interesting because of a cultural, historical aspect, because from the beginning in France, the horse was used in the war campaigns, but also in agriculture and transport, which led to the horse people started to race horses to find out which were the best horses to breed from, and that's why races were started in the early days. One of the oldest races in the United States for trotters is the Kentucky Futurity, which has been run for 150 years. Oh. It makes for a great history. And if you look back to the history of the horse in the human society, we have had the horse for 5,000 years. but it's only the last 100 years we don't use it practically for transport, agriculture, or warfare. So I think that the sport of horse racing is a great way to keep our friends, the horses that we love so much, very happy and sustainable in our society.
Well, I can't speak to this specifically, but I'm not sure that we have trotting horses in Elko, so that might be an opportunity for you
Yeah.
to introduce them. So-
Actually, I read some that there had been a trotting federation or a trotting organization in Nevada previously, but I think that horse racing in Nevada is a little bit tricky. This time of the year, the horses would feel very nice about the climate, but I
Not so
think at
much.
summertime it would be a little bit too hot for them.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Sir, I'm not going to have any additional questions for you. I obviously support your application and you're certainly very interesting and successful in everything it sounds like that you've undertaken in your life. And so you're just the kind of person we would like to have licensed in Nevada, but I will ask my colleagues if they have any additional questions at this time.
Nothing additional. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I would like you to double check the name question with my co-founder, Christian Nyland, later on. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
We'll have a Patrick Clace come up.
Sir?
Good morning, dear board members, Madam Secretary. My name is Patrick Clace. I'm a Swedish citizen. I am the member of the board and audit committee of Canby Group PLC. I'm also the CEO and board member of Veralda FLAG, which is the largest shareholders of Canby. There too, I'm also the owner and sole director of Ceramic GmbH, which is the trustee to the Hervisi Trust. In terms of my educational background, I have a degree in economics from Lund University in Sweden. I have a CFA from Stockholm School of Economics, also Sweden. I spent my first 11 years professionally in investment banking, so focusing there in technology and gambling. This is also when I met Anders Ström for the first time in 2003. And later I was offered a job in 2009 at Veralda, where I've been since.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll start with Commissioner Silver this time.
You have a impeccable resume. I did notice that you were a deckhand. Is that right? Is that you, right?
I'm sorry, I was a
Deckhand.
A deckhand?
deckhand. Yeah, I was even a
All over
skipper
Europe?
if we're talking about sailing, yes.
Yeah. Okay, you watch Below Deck.
Well, you would do both actually. So yeah, but it's a passion of mine, sailing. So I've done a lot of sailing in my years, and I started out being a deckhand, and where you have all duties on deck and below deck.
Yeah, it's fascinating, and so it's wonderful what you've done with everything. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Markantonis?
I have no further questions, but Mr. Claes, an amazing resume. I echo Judge Silver's comments. Congratulations. And I can't wait to see what happens as your colleagues come up one by one. The gentleman who is very into the thoroughbred world. Now you are in the very big sailing world. It sounds like your company has quite an assortment of colorful executives. But I will have no hesitation to supporting you today.
Thanks, you. Yeah, we have a lot to talk to over the dinners. Yeah, for sure.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I don't have any questions, but I do appreciate you being here, and I'm happy to support your application. Your background is very clean.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
I too am very comfortable with the application and incredibly impressive, interesting, and I fully support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your next applicant that you'd like to bring forward?
Let's have Christian Nyland come up.
Morning.
Good morning.
Dear members of the Gaming Commission, I'm Christian Nyland. I'm also a co-founder of Kambi and currently director. After military service, I was also studying in Carson. Have a bachelor degree in business administration, mathematics, and statistics. After that, I did roughly 5 years in the financial industry in Sweden, working mainly on real estate. And after that, I moved to London to start working in the sports betting industry at Unibet. In 2010, I co-founded Kambi together with Anders, and have been the CEO of Kambi from 2010 up until half year ago when I decided to step down and stay on the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask Commissioner Solis Rainey if she has any questions or comments.
I don't have any questions. Thank you for being here.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you, Chair. Amazing resume. You have gaming approvals in 38 jurisdictions. I'm more than happy to support your application. Thank you for coming here today.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you, Chair. And purely from curiosity, the transition, spending all of that time into real estate and then transitioning to sports betting, do you have perhaps a wild streak in you?
I think the underlying derivative of a real estate is very slow, and sports betting is very fast, and I prefer the fast derivative, I would say. So,
very good answer. Thank you, and no hesitation to supporting you today, Mr. Nyland.
Thank you.
Agreed. Obviously, you get all, as much credit for 1,000 jobs in 8 countries as your colleague. And so you have an impeccable resume, and I'll be supporting your application today. I'm just going to ask Commissioner Krolicki if he has any additional questions or comments.
I fully support Mr. Nyland's application. Incredibly impressive, and welcome to Nevada.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll have Marlene Forcell come up next.
Are you included in the 30%?
In the 30%, I'm probably included in the 30%, I would assume.
Okay, just curious.
They counted it right.
Because it's a much higher statistic up here.
It is. We're working on it, right?
So thank you for being here today. If you want to introduce yourself, we appreciate it very much.
Thank you for having me here. I'm Marlene Forcell. You have me by Johanna, I believe. I am here in my position then as a director of Kambi and also the chair of the audit committee of Kambi. I have financial positions as my main experiences. I have a Master of Science in Business Administration and Economics. And I have been working with compliance, financial compliance, other regulatory compliance with also stock exchange regulations, etc. during my career. When I resigned as CFO, I have since then worked as a professional board member. So I'm currently sitting on 6 different boards, and I'm chairing the audit committee of 5 of those.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to switch over to Commissioner Krolicki first this time. Questions or comments?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. As far as you and your colleagues are incredibly impressive, and it's just such a pleasure to meet you. I actually did have some questions about your bandwidth. You have done so many things, and I think Dr. Watkins had mentioned in the control board, you even got yourself in and shortly, attended medical school. So you are a Renaissance person in terms of different skill sets. But you started at EY, you went, I think, into the tobacco industry. But to slow down, you became a expert in directorships on corporations and their boards. But in the U.S., we have multiple restrictions on the number of boards that can be sat upon And I've heard 5, I've heard 6, and I've even heard 7 companies that you sit on. You chair the audit committee, which is the hot seat on any board for all of these companies, I believe. But could you discuss, especially how many public companies you chair the audit committee? But, that is, something's going wrong. There's a pickle, it's on your desk and that consumes you. I know in the control board, you said, 20% of your time. I think you use the number of, the 5 directorships in that discussion, but 20% of your time, but obviously can be being a public company and being complicated would consume, a little bit more. But I don't want to say I'm concerned because you manage to do many things and I appreciate people who can do that. But, we need your focus on Canby. You're getting a privileged license in Nevada and we need your eye on this enterprise. But could you discuss how you can juggle multiple audit committee responsibilities for so many companies?
Yes, I'm happy to answer that question. And first of all, I do believe that you said that when moving into sort of working with board directors, I was slowing down. I wouldn't necessarily say that that was a move to slow down, but it was a move maybe to be able to stay more in Sweden still. I was traveling quite a bit as with that tobacco company mentioned, I was having sort of sizable international businesses. I was traveling a lot and I had the small kids at home at that time. When it comes to my time, I must say that being on numerous audit committees, I think actually comes with synergies. So I believe that that's a strength because I do see the same questions and how they are being addressed in different companies. So I think that comes to the benefit of Kambi that I am able to do that. When it comes to the time, well, I believe that I have proven that I'm capable of managing that time. Also, if things would get rough and would need more, I would be willing to add extra time above sort of what you normally would see as working hours. And as an example of that, I'm working with a company that last year had financial difficulties, where I was actually then supporting them on refinancing and restructuring their balance sheet to a large extent. So I do have the capability of actually giving the extra when needed. And I also believe that being on the numerous audit committees just comes with a strength. Of course, I would not go beyond the number of assignments that I currently have.
How many audit committees do you chair, including Canby?
Sorry, I didn't answer that. I chair 5 audit committees. 4 of those are listed companies, either on First North as Canby or on the main market in Denmark or Sweden.
So your audit committee responsibilities are multiple jurisdictions. So, whatever the Securities Exchange Commission equivalent is in Sweden, but did you say Denmark also? So you have 2 different sets of corporate laws you need to worry about as audit chair?
Well, you could say that I do, but on the other hand, when it comes to the financial regulation in Europe, it's based on EU law and regulations, so it's very similar between Denmark and Sweden.
All right. As I started, I'm completely impressed. I welcome your arrival in Nevada, but in the United States, on a public company, you would not be allowed to sit on 5 different. So I understand you're able to do it, and the EU gives you some umbrella that makes Denmark and Sweden similar in some of your responsibilities for audit committee chair. But it's a lot, and I just gently warn that you'll be one of the first people we speak to if there are issues, but I'm sure you can handle it. But you've got a big breadth of responsibilities and just good luck on balancing it all. But I fully your capability is not going to be a criticism for me. I mean, I'm more impressed than worried, and I fully support your application. And I applaud your credentials and your CV and your skill sets.
Thank you so much. And if possible, to give you a little bit more comfort, when I was working for the tobacco company, as you mentioned, we had to do a listing both in the US and in Sweden. So I have been part of implementing the SOX framework also in my professional background. And so I have that experience. Having said that, there's also a little bit of cultural difference when it comes to internal audits. It's not as common having that sort of function in Europe as it is in the US, but we have, as you know, then implemented that a number of years ago, and we have appreciated it to a large extent and having it.
Good, thank
When
you.
when you're all on the plane going home together, your takeaway from these proceedings the last couple of weeks is audit.
Yeah, but I'm quite proud of Kambi. And I think I can refer back to what David said when he presented the company and saying that it's the regulatory compliance is a USP.
Yeah.
And I think that, I mean, it's been the focus for the company since start. And during my 7 years with the company, I have evidence, you know, how seriously the company is taking the regulatory compliance.
That's
Ms.
wonderful.
Forsell, who is your outside auditor? Is it the same for, you know, all of the operations, the eight different countries? But who's your outside auditor?
We have Mazars as being our outside auditors, and they are auditing us in most of the countries.
And where are they located primarily?
The signing auditor is located in Malta.
Good. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell, for being here and for your questions. I had similar questions to Commissioner Krolicki, and I echo both his statement about being impressed. I am a little, you know, cautious about having it be so many, that there's a reason that there's limitations in the US, and I understand Europe is a little bit different. So I'm not concerned to the point where I wouldn't support your application. You're very, very well qualified, and I believe you can do it. However, I would echo the gentle caution that, you know, you're having other responsibilities to these other companies is not going to, at least for me, it's never going to be an acceptable excuse for things not being taken care of at Kambi.
And I fully agree. That would never be an excuse.
Thank you.
Commissioners Silver or Marcantonis?
I just want to thank you for being here. I just echo my colleagues in that I'm in support of your application, and you have an impressive resume. So thank you again for coming.
Satisfied and impressed with your excellent summation and response to Commissioner Krolicki's question. Ms. Forsell, no hesitation supporting you either. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll have David Kenyon come up next.
Hello again, David Kenyon, Chief Financial Officer. So yeah, I qualified as a chartered accountant in the year 2000 with KPMG. I subsequently joined the Unibet Group in the year 2002 as a group financial controller and worked with them through their listing on the stock exchange in Sweden in 2004. Ultimately, I was working with Kindred Group when we started talking about the kind of formation of Kambi, and I've been working with it ever since. Initially setting up the group structure and the financial organization to support the company. And now in a kind of typical chief financial officer role, looking after financial reporting, financial controls, treasury, forecasting, as well as the investor relations side of being a listed company and the listed company requirements. And I'm also the director of some of the subsidiaries in the group. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask, if I can start with Commissioner Silver. Do you have any questions or comments?
Yes. Briefly, I just wanted to comment that I saw that you were the supervisor over like Philadelphia headquarters. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was born there, so
Right.
go Birds, and
Yes.
we'll see how that works with
Yeah.
your lines and everything else. So
Yeah.
I'm in support of your application. Thank you again for coming.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
No further questions. Thank you for being here, Mr. Kenyon.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Are you a Philadelphia Eagles fan?
I am. I have to be.
And they give you the answers.
They give you the
I'm a Chiefs fan, so just wanting to make sure.
Well, it's
I I didn't have any questions. Your background is very impressive. I did enjoy your discussion regarding your master's in modern languages.
Oh, yeah.
That's an interesting degree, but I can see the correlation. I mean, it takes a lot of the same brain power
I think so.
to do the two things. That was interesting to me. How many languages do you speak?
French and German, yeah,
Just
and a
two?
bit of Italian
Okay, perfect. One English.
and English.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I don't have any questions or concerns about your background. It's very clean. You have some impressive experience and I think you'll do good things. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kenyon, I thoroughly enjoyed your conversation with the control board on your background. I think it was Dr. Watkins who was fascinated how you went from being a modern language major at Oxford. By the way, my youngest daughter studied at Magdalen College at Oxford, and she loved it, and what a fabulous place. But the skills that you take in language can be applied to finance. Once upon a time when I was a student, I was international studies and language, and I went straight to Wall Street. You know, they hired those skills and trained me on money. And it was just it is such a firm grounding on the things that you're doing, and I appreciate it. You've got a lot on your plate, but oh my goodness, as I've said for all your other colleagues, you're just incredibly impressive. Your CV is outstanding, and I fully support your application. Good on you and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We'll have Eric Logberg come up next.
Hello, I'm Eric Logberg, Managing Director for the Kambi Sportsbook. So I have a Master of Science in Electrical Engineering from Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm. Right after my studies in 2005, I learned about this job opportunity at the Unibet Sportsbook then in London, which sounded like an amazing and really fun job. So I moved there. And it's actually the only job I've ever had. I'm still with that sportsbook, and I obviously have turned. We were 50 people then, probably now we're around 1,000. So today I'm managing director then for Kambi Sportsbook. Effectively, I'm the COO. So I oversee the trading, the risk management, the product development, the quant team, and the engineering team for the Kambi Sportsbook. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Commissioner Silver?
I just want to thank you for being here and tell you I'm fully in support of your application. You're approved in over 34 jurisdictions. So again, your resume is impeccable. And again, I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
This is not going to affect your licensing, Mr. Lockwood. I mean, you're all math experts listening to one after another. The law of averages, and you've been licensed in 34 jurisdictions in a row, something like that. So when the law of averages suggests that at some point, anyway, besides that, it was a very impressive background. You took a risk yourself, really moving to London as part of that in a new company, and congratulations on your trajectory since. Because that's extremely impressive. No hesitation supporting you, and we will not be changing your mathematical law of averages today.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Mr. Logberg, thank you for being here. I also didn't have any questions, but I was curious. There was a note with respect to your education that you completed your master's degree in 4.5 years, and that's enough credits for a bachelor's degree. It seemed backwards from our system. How are their degrees?
It's a master's degree, 4.5 years.
Right.
The bachelor is 3 years in Sweden.
That's what I wasn't sure, because it said that an undergraduate degree is in 3 years, but you qualified for an undergraduate degree, but just got your master's. So it just was a little bit confusing.
Okay.
I thought maybe your system was different. The way they awarded degrees might have been.
I think it's a bit
labeled
different, but yeah, I think the length of the education for us is quite similar, I would think.
Well, I echo the comments of my colleagues. You have an impressive background, and a good foundation for your role. And I look forward to seeing how you and the company do. Thank you.
Thank you.
You. Appreciate it.
I'll have Chris Saw come up next.
Good morning again, Chris Saw, CTO, Canby. I'm an Australian and Swedish citizen. I've done my education and military service in Australia before spending the last 25 years working in technology in Sweden. Worked across computer games, telecoms, and gaming before joining Canby in 2010. Started there as the head of IT operations, working with our previous CTO and Christian Nylén, our CEO, to build Canby from the idea of a B2B sportsbook into what we are today. I've been in the CTO position 4 years now, and today I work on technical strategy, security, and technical compliance. Welcome your questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll start with you, Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions. You've acquitted yourself exceedingly well in your two encounters with the Nevada regulators. And I am just impressed with the various hats that you wear. You too have a lot of weight on your shoulders. Lots of different directions are coming, towards you. I still look at that CISO role that you're dual playing. That may be something you want to do differently, but I fully support your application, and you are a marvelous addition as a privileged licensee in the state of Nevada.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver or Marcantonis?
Mr. Saw has answered all of my questions already very adequately, and thank you for being here. Good luck going forward, Mr. Saw.
I'm fully in support of your application. You have also been licensed in 25 jurisdictions, and I'm just really impressed by your resume as well. And thank you again for being here.
Thank you both.
Commissioner Solis-Rennie?
I didn't have anything further. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here and answering all of our questions.
Thank you very much.
With this, we'll have Greg Giordano address the PTC applications and.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chair Target, I might be probably time then to address the draft order registration, which is draft number 1 dated November 21, 2024. We have reviewed that the terms and provisions of that order, and as I stated to the Gaming Control Board, we believe they're appropriate in the circumstances and have no issues with any of the terms and provisions of the draft order registration.
Okay, thank you very much. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments on that order? And otherwise, I would call for a motion.
Madam Chair, if we are going to ask for the motion, I would like to move for approval on non-restricted item number 1, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. So thank you and congratulations to all of you.
Thank you so very much.
Before we take a break, do you think we could do number 2, which should be, I believe, fairly straightforward? Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of Canby Group PLC for a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Again, good morning, Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, law firm McDonald Carano, appearing with my partner Dennis Gutwald. As I provided the information to the board, Canby, I believe, is eligible under Reg 16.115 for a continuous delayed public offering. We have reviewed draft number 1, proposed form of order dated November 21st, 2024. And as I stated the board a couple weeks ago, we believe this order is appropriate and the terms and provisions are no issue to the company, Canby. And we would ask you affirmative vote to approve the continuous delayed public offering for Canby Group PLC.
And there's no additional or supplemental information that should be provided that wasn't given to the board at the hearing or in the investigation?
Not to my knowledge, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? All right, there being none, I would call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary. as recommended by the Game Control Board pursuant to draft number 1 of the order for the delayed public offering dated November 21st, 2024.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And thanks to the agents, through this process, this long process, they've made Canby a much better company. We had the pick of the litter for agents and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to have Madam Secretary read in non-restricted number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Nancy Lou Dyfick for temporary licensure as the personal representative for the estate of Bruce Douglas Dyfick. The recommendation of the Game and Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Hello, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. Hopefully Nancy Dyfick will join us. We don't have an affirmative presentation. I think we summed it up pretty much at the board that this is just an extension until Nancy's able to transfer the business, and we expect that to occur within the next quarter or so at the latest.
I don't know that we need to have her here necessarily unless someone had some questions, but I think this is a very straightforward matter. And at this time, unless anyone has any questions or comments, I would call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move for approval of non-restricted item 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Just let me check with Commissioner Krolicki. Were you an aye?
I was an aye.
Aye, aye. All right, thank you. The record to reflect there were none opposed. We're going to take a short comfort break, if you will. It's 11:40 and we're going to reconvene at 11:47. Depending on this.
They know that. Yeah, it's important.
I'll turn blue.
And Commissioner Krolicki, you're there, yes?
I am. I don't see you though.
Oh, hold on.
That's good that they're expanding.
Do you see us now?
No. It still says currently in recess.
Okay, hold on one second.
There you are.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm going to ask Madam Secretary to please read in non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Frank Casella for licensure as a key executive at HR Las Vegas LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Still good morning.
Hello, Dennis Gotwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me is Frank Casella, and with your permission, I'll have him tell you just a little bit about himself, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Frank Casella, Senior Vice President of Finance at Hard Rock Las Vegas Hotel and Casino. Thank you for considering my application. I am a native of Las Vegas. I went on to attend Penn State University and obtained a bachelor's degree in accounting. Went on to work for KPMG in New York and obtained my CPA license there. Came back to Las Vegas and worked for Price Waterhouse, and that's where I got into the gaming industry. I had a lot of SEC public clients that worked on their audits and financial reporting, and then also a lot of tribal casino clients throughout the country and traveled around the U.S. for those. In 2006, I began my career at Wynn Resorts in the corporate finance department. Was here in Vegas in their corporate department for about 8 years, and then I moved to Macau to be the senior vice president of finance and the CFO of Wynn and Encore Macau. Then came back, I was given the opportunity to be on the opening team of Encore Boston Harbor. Took that as an opportunity to get back to the U.S. And after COVID, I joined Hard Rock. Began with Hard Rock at their corporate offices in Florida, and then came out back to Vegas when I was given the opportunity to, when the company acquired the Mirage. I was part of the pre-acquisition team. We operated and then obviously closed, and now we are planning for the Hard Rock Las Vegas.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here, and pleasure to meet you. At this time, I'm going to ask, why don't I start with Commissioner Marcantonis?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Casella, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I was just in Fort Lauderdale this past weekend, driving past your Hard Rock. That guitar is like almost like the biggest neon sign I've ever seen.
It's great.
Is your guitar here, as far as you know, going to be of similar size and with the same bells and whistles with all of the lights? Are you aware of anything of that?
It is, yes. It will be. It'll be very similar to the one in Florida.
My goodness, that'll be a very adequate replacement for the Volcano.
Yeah, no, we're looking forward to it. It'll certainly be, you won't miss it when you're driving down the strip.
Well, good. And again, a very fine background, great resume. You've worked for some fine companies. Good luck with this opening as it comes to fruition. I'll have no problem in supporting you today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casella.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, your background is just amazing. And, you know, it's nice to see somebody, a native from Vegas, do so well. You mentioned that you went to Penn State, and you heard me say I was born in Philadelphia, so go Birds. And also, I would be remiss if I didn't put on the record that my mother was the Nittany Lions queen. So there.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
That's great to
I
know.
knew that would
Okay.
impress you.
Yeah, that is.
Yes, she was a queen
Okay.
in the 50s, but you know, nevertheless, she was the queen. So anyway, thank you for
I
being
remember
here.
those parades right down College
Right?
Avenue.
She
Yeah,
was
those
in
were
the-
good.
She was on a float on the parade.
Yeah,
So
great. Awesome.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rady?
Mr. Casella, thank you for being here. I echo the comments with respect to being happy to have a native Nevadan back. I don't like it when our natives leave for school and they never make it back to town.
Yeah.
I'm still working on it.
Happy to be back.
Good. I hope my kids come back as well. But I didn't have any concerns or questions really regarding your background other than with respect to AML training. I think you discussed it briefly at the board meeting, but can you tell me a little bit more about your experience and background with that?
Sure. So the company has an extensive training program that we put all necessary employees through, whether they're on the table games department, cage department. We have a local compliance team here at Hard Rock that reports up to the legal general counsel, and then we also have a compliance. We have a local compliance committee that I was on. We met quarterly. We also are informed of any large transactions that come through that need approval for credit approvals or front money acceptance. It comes to the committee for approval. There's also a broader committee at corporate that we report our findings up to.
Who's required to attend your AML training from the executive levels?
We have various levels of training requirements for the people on the committees. So anybody that's responsible for a division that would handle those transactions.
How often are the executives required to attend?
I believe it's annual.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot on that. It's important that the employees see you and that they know that you have are held to the similar standards as them, especially because you know the compliance flows from the top. So if to the extent you're not doing it now, I know it was never fun and it was always a challenge to get our executives there. But if senior management makes it important, then they really flows down to everybody else and we
Agreed.
take it a little bit more seriously. So, thank you for that. I appreciate you being here, and again, welcome back to Nevada.
Thank you.
Sir, can I just ask, how would you compare our licensing process to Massachusetts? Just curious. And, everybody will always say, well, Nevada's the best. I'm looking a little more detail. Like, would you say it was similar as far as rigor? I mean, what are your perceptions?
I would say it was a more rigorous process. It was a lengthier process.
Ours.
Yes, Nevada's process was a lengthier process.
And is it your sense, and I'm just asking your sense, is that post submission of materials and just waiting for your hearing, or what is it that you felt was the kind of, or is it the volume that's being requested of you? Like, what do you think that was about?
I think the interview process was more rigorous here, and definitely I received more questions on the application here. So there was more back and forth. And I know they dealt with McDonald Carano here more than they dealt with, I think they dealt with me directly in Massachusetts.
Yeah, the hardest part is dealing with the attorney beforehand.
Okay. I was just curious. I mean, obviously, you're eminently qualified and I'm going to support your application. So at this time, I'll ask Commissioner Krolicki if he has any additional questions.
Mr. Gutwald, I've heard that about you previously, so I'm glad you recognize that.
Yeah.
I'm going to echo comments, but I think the comments are, the situation merits it. We spent a good part of the morning welcoming people to Nevada from, Sweden and parts of Europe. But to have legacy with Mr. Casella, I think it's just a great story. I really appreciate your background. You've got Nevada and gaming in your DNA. I'd like to actually hear some about your father. I know he was at the Desert Inn. But just if you don't mind, to provide some color on that. But I'll let you do that first. Can you just talk about your family and growing up in a gaming family?
Sure. Yeah, is there anything specific that you would like me to address?
No, just a snippet of memory and growing up in Nevada with a dad working at the Desert Inn. That's as authentic as it gets.
Yeah, no, well, I was probably in junior high or high school when he worked at the Desert Inn, and it was so my recollection of that is going there as a kid with him. Probably went to a few dinners. Definitely played the DI golf course. So that was a lot. I definitely have fond memories of that, and played win subsequently to see that the course has been shrunk. But certainly I miss some of the restaurants at the DI. I'm not sure if that's exactly what you're getting at, if there's anything else, but I have fond memories of going to the Desert Inn as a child.
Perfect. And that's enough. You've had so many unique experiences in your gaming career. I think we actually met, however, when you were in Macau. You were there in 2014 to 18 with the Wynn folks. Could you talk about your time in Macau, please?
Yeah, it was probably one of the best decisions I made professionally and personally to move to Macau, and I was fortunate enough to be there during a very prosperous time prior to COVID. I was able to assist in the opening of Wynn Palace. I saw a number of other large properties open in Cotai while I was there. And it was just a great time to be there and to immerse myself into the Asian culture and to meet new people and to develop relationships with colleagues that I still have today.
No, I totally agree. Macau, I was always impressed with Macau Old City, but when Cotai went up, it just made that look small. But people who've cut their teeth in that area, I think, bring so much to the table. And in your case, coming back to Nevada and working with the Hard Rock folks. On a more serious note, I think, and I'm on the theme as other commissioners with AML compliance. The decision that AML would be reporting to your legal team and not through you, and I don't think you all are going to be on that committee, but could you talk about how that decision came to be and who is on that committee? I'm not sure if I heard an answer.
So the members of the committee are, three of the executive members of the committee is the president of the hotel, the general counsel, and myself, and then also the department heads that oversee functions that would involve AML compliance. As I mentioned earlier, though, if there's ever, once the company runs background checks and OFAC checks and to see the backgrounds of people that are coming in for credit applications or front money acceptances, we review the findings and either approve or deny those requests.
Mr. Casella, I'm confused. I thought you were not going to be on the AML compliance committee. Did I mishear that?
No, I am. I am on the
Okay.
compliance committee at the property level.
All right. Thank you. I thought I heard something different in the gaming control board. All right. Again, I am delighted to support your application. It's it's in your bones. It's a great thing for Nevada. Welcome back. And it'll be fascinating to watch. And if Commissioner Marcantonis is excited about other guitars, wait till he sees your 700 feet high guitars on the Las Vegas Strip. It's exciting. We can't wait for that to get out of the demolition phase and taking shape in the construction phase. Good on you and good luck.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? There being none, then I would ask, I believe this is in proper form for a motion.
Madam Secretary, or Madam Chair, I move for approval of unrestricted item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Congratulations. Thank you for being here.
Thank
today.
you.
Your
Thank you. Have a great day.
patience. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in unrestricted number 5?
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of M1 Gaming LLC doing business at Delta Saloon for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of M1 Gaming. And in the Carson City hearing room, you should have Dean DeLulo, the manager and owner of M1 Gaming, along with Tom Sullivan, Director of Gaming for M1 Gaming. They are representing the casino tenant in the Delta Saloon, and also Jim Grimes, who's the new landlord of the Delta Saloon in Virginia City. So they appreciate them being able to appear from the Carson hearing room. And if it's acceptable, I would turn it over to them to sort of describe what it is they're planning to do, because this is a unique opportunity to bring gaming back to Virginia City, because Virginia City hasn't had gaming for a certain amount of time. So this is very nice to be able to bring this back.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, distinguished members of the commission, my name is Dean DeLulo. I am the owner of M1 Gaming. Thank you for having us here today. I've been in the industry for approximately 39 years, and I'd like to say I've been to a lot of great places and worked in a lot of great operations. I do feel compelled, since you guys brought it up, to acknowledge that I was in Kansas City in 1998 to open up Station Casino Kansas City. I spent 3 seasons being a Chiefs fan. I'm a loyal Chiefs fan ever since. We didn't win a lot of games, but we had a lot of great barbecue, and the fans were fantastic. And we have a new quarterback, and it's good to have him on board. I'm a loyal Chiefs fan. So, but with that said, we're here today to talk about the Delta Casino in Virginia City. I've been part of the grand opening of Boomtown Casino when I acquired that. Then I was part of the grand opening of the Carson Casino, and they celebrated their 70th birthday. I'm now working with Jim Grimes, who is bringing back the Delta Casino to Virginia City, which was established in 1863. So I don't know what my next project's going to be, but it's going to be hard to beat this one as far as timeline. Abraham Lincoln was president when the Delta Casino, the Delta Saloon was originally established. But we're really excited to bring a casino back to Virginia City and bring the Delta back to its full glory. Jim has done a very good job of making a huge investment in a very old and historic property. Bar area is fantastic and iconic. He has just recently opened the Sawdust Corner Steakhouse, which is a 5-star steakhouse in Virginia City with excellent food. And we're excited to add the casino element, which will be all slot machines, and complete the project that Jim has started.
Thank you very much. Thank you for meeting with us today. It's a pleasure to meet you. And, you know, it's my understanding that Virginia City has an overwhelming positive response to this revitalization. And I think I'll speak for the group when I think they're going to think it's exceptional. And so if there's any comments or questions, I'll start with Commissioner Solis-Rainey.
Thank you, Mr. DeLulo, for your presentation. And yes, I was happy to hear during the board meeting about the excitement in Virginia City. I haven't been there for a couple of years, but last time I was there, they still had slots in one of the locations that I went into. But it's just such a historic place for our state that having you return gaming to it and revitalizing this historic property, I think is amazing. So thank you for that. I don't have any concerns regarding the background of the property or yourself. So I'm happy to just have you here so we can meet you and hear about your plans. And I too was in Kansas City for an opening in 1998. So we might have crossed paths. We were opening Samstown, Kansas City back then. And that was an interesting place at that time.
So it was.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can say it's very nice for you all to be here today because I'm actually sitting with people. You know, it would be a vastly different room if you weren't here. So I'm glad I have a chance to be here personally with you. But Mr. DeLulo, Mr. Grimes, Mr. Sullivan, what a pleasure this application is. You know, I feel like I'm waxing emotionally today, but you know, we've talked about the world. We've talked about Las Vegas and how it, you know, Las Vegas is famous for reinventing itself and tearing stuff down and shiny brand new things. But in the North, we seem to have more of a tradition to preserve, you know, Nevada's, you know, origin history, certainly 1863 in Virginia City. It's such a treasure. And to bring back some vitality and working capital in the Sawdust Corner, board member Assad and I, you know, you need to come up here, Mr. Assad, Judge Assad. So there's a series of steakhouses we're going to need to visit, and we've got a new one on the list. But the wherewithal and the muscle you've brought, you know, certainly Mr. DeLulo, you know, we've crossed paths for many years, mostly through the Carson Nugget, but to have your imprint on this, Mr. Sullivan, I've not had the pleasure of really spending time with you previously, but Mr. Grimes, to bring the expertise of the Sacramento Kings and, you know, project and the Sacramento Capital to little rural Nevada, you know, up in Story County, Virginia City. That's pretty cool. And it is just vibrant. You know, Virginia City, you know, chugs along and has good years and less good years, but, you know, the history just keeps percolating and you've just made it shinier and fresher. And it's just a welcome item. None of that has anything to do with gaming, but I just appreciate what you all are doing and wish you the best. Just to confirm, you've got, I think this is an application for up to 48 machines. Is that what you're doing, 48 machines? And how are those owned by the property, or how is that going to work?
It'll be a mix between owned and participation.
And who are you participating with?
All the top brands, IGT, Aristocrat. The product is so good now. To be competitive, you got to be out there with all the new brands and all the new themes. So we're going to have all the best games up in Virginia City on opening day.
The contrast of Nevada history in 1863 and Abraham Lincoln next to the bucket of blood, all of that stuff with the modern technology that gaming has to now offer. It's quite a sight. So again, I am thrilled to support your application and can't wait to see it when you've got it all turned on. And Judge Assad's going to bring me to have a steak in the sawdust corner. So that's all I've got. Fully support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Silver or Marcantonis?
Mr. DeLulu, thank you for being in front of us. I don't have anything to add to the very passionate and emotional statement from Commissioner Kralicki. Obviously, it means a great deal to him. So please, and to Judge Assad, please do a good job. But I'm pretty sure you will. Location is perfect, and you will have certainly my full support today in this application. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation as well. I'm excited about this historic and iconic property. And I was just curious as to what your plans were as far as like social media and marketing outside of the excited citizens of Virginia City.
Okay, thank you.
I got it.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Social media is so important nowadays. Direct mail is still number one, but social media is definitely growing in popularity and very, very important. The nice part is when you're dealing with a historic and iconic property, there's so many stories. We're going to be able to tell all the Delta stories and bring it in with a lot of exciting promotions and casino stuff. So we plan to really take all the expertise that we have at the Nevada Nugget, at the Carson Nugget, and bring it right up the hill to Virginia City and use all of our full resources to support this grand opening.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else?
I don't have anything else. The conditions from the board are acceptable, of course.
Excellent. So at this time, if there's nothing else from my colleagues, I would believe this is right for a motion.
All right. Madam Chair, I'd move for approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you so very much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications of Vanguard Group for a waiver as an institutional investor of the requirements of Nevada Revised Statute 463.643 subsection 4 as noted on the agenda, and for a waiver of the time limitations of commission action effectiveness as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon again, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of the Vanguard Group. On Zoom, we should be joined by Ben Alden and Paul Scott from Vanguard, and we appreciate the ability for them to appear by Zoom. While they're joining, as a matter of background, this is the third time Vanguard to be appearing before the commission. This is their second renewal of an original 3-year institutional investor waiver approval that was granted in January of 2019. They came back to the commission in January 2025 for a similar waiver, and they are back again for yet another round. So If they have joined, I know that Mr. Alden has a presentation he'd like to do, if that works for you.
Mr. Alden, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us. Good morning. My name is Ben Alden, and I'm a principal of the Vanguard Group, Inc., based in Malvern, Pennsylvania. Go Birds. I am grateful for the opportunity to testify before you today to seek the renewal of our order that was granted on January 24th, 2019, and renewed on January 20th, 2022, for waivers as a result of our institutional investor status. I'll first discuss Vanguard generally, then go into detail into our investment approach and how we vote proxies for the securities we hold. As you may know, Vanguard is a U.S. registered investment advisor whose mission is to take a stand for all investors, treat them fairly, and give them the best chance for investment success. From its start over 45 years ago, Vanguard has focused on this mission through its structure, which remains unique in the mutual fund industries, where individual investors own each of the Vanguard funds that in turn own the Vanguard Group. As a result, we're not accountable to a separate group of public or private owners seeking profits, only to the clients who have entrusted their assets to our care. In pursuit of our mission to give investors the best chance for investment success, all the equity funds over which Vanguard has investment and voting discretion utilize either an index or quantitative strategy. Each of the several hundred funds that we manage has its own investment objective mandate and its own shareholder base. In the aggregate, these funds invest in businesses across a wide range of industries. Each fund's ownership is driven by its investment objective and is for investment purposes only, not to gain any sort of control or influence over the companies in which it invests. The Vanguard index funds invest in the components of a specified reference index, which is developed and maintained by an independent third party, by holding securities in the approximate proportion that they're represented in the index. Vanguard's index funds seek to track a benchmark's performance over time. Vanguard funds that implement a quantitative strategy use algorithms to evaluate and select from all the securities in which the fund may invest based on its mandate. For example, small cap versus large cap, growth versus value. Through both of these channels, Vanguard funds have purchased and own publicly traded stock issued by gaming companies that are licensed by state regulatory bodies. The Vanguard funds invest in several gaming companies that do business in Nevada. The fund's acquisition or disposition of these stocks is driven by two things. The first is cash flow into or out of a fund that has a benchmark or uses a quantitative model that includes the stock in question. As clients entrust more of their assets with us and in turn invest more money in our funds, the funds must purchase more of the securities in their respective benchmarks or models. The second is changes in the weighting or inclusion of the stock in the benchmark or quantitative model. Periodically, index providers rebalance their benchmarks, resulting in changes in their constituents and their relative weightings. In order to track the benchmark, the fund will adjust its holdings accordingly, resulting in purchases or sales of the impacted stocks. Similarly, refinements by our quantitative equity group to quantitative models in response to market events will result in portfolio changes, meaning purchases and sales of underlying stocks over time. In all of these cases, decisions to own more or less of a particular stock are driven by client decisions to own more or less of a particular fund, or by changes in the benchmark or quantitative model that the fund is following. These ownership decisions are not driven by an interest in assuming control or influence over the underlying companies. Once a fund owns shares of a company's stock, it does have, as do all other shareholders of the company, the right to vote its shares at the company's annual meeting. As a practical matter, most shareholders typically vote their shares via proxy as opposed to attending shareholder meetings and voting in person. Thus, this is typically referred to as proxy voting. The board of each fund is required to ensure that it votes proxies in the best interests of that particular fund, after taking into account that fund's interests and not the interests of Vanguard or any other fund. To comply with this fiduciary duty, each board has adopted proxy voting procedures and guidelines applicable to the Vanguard advised funds. The board has tasked the investment stewardship team, an operating group within Vanguard, with the day-to-day function of voting proxies for each of the funds pursuant to their guidelines. Each board has also tasked the Investment Stewardship Oversight Committee, made up of senior Vanguard officers, a majority of whom are also officers of each fund, with oversight of the performance of the proxy voting function and the implementation of the procedures and guidelines. The committee reports directly to each fund board. I want to conclude by confirming how seriously Vanguard takes its regulatory compliance obligations. From pre-trade compliance oversight by our risk management group to post-trade monitoring by our fund compliance team, all supported by the fund's chief compliance officer under the auspices of the Office of the General Counsel, ensuring we're always doing the right thing is part of Vanguard's DNA. We respect the important role that gaming laws and regulations play in ensuring the integrity of the businesses and the people who operate them. We're grateful for the approval of our waiver request in 2019 and renewal in 2022, and we appreciate another opportunity to come in front of the board and speak on this matter. We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning.
Thank you. At this time, I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I don't have any questions. I think this is pretty straightforward to me. I recall you being before us last time for the renewal, and I don't see that anything's changed. I think they've done a good job upholding their end of their obligations and the responsibilities, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Mr. Alden, welcome. It's a pleasure to hear from you and to learn from your presentation. Just a little history, and I'm sorry to be doing that a lot today, and a couple questions. Just on a personal, professional level, I've known Vanguard for decades, and one of the more important things that happened in Nevada was the state hooked up with Vanguard when they rolled out their 529 college savings program. 529 is a section of IRS code where it gets its name, but states hooked up with different, managers to help families save for college and make an education more likely if young people actually, had that aspiration, when it was time to do that. But working with Vanguard from the State Treasurer's Office, we created one of the finest programs in this country. Morningstar always rated and still rates the Vanguard Nevada program, is one of the finest in the country. And just for the record, Nevada was Vanguard's, program. So if anyone anywhere bought a 529 product from Vanguard, Nevada was the underlying partner in it and actually received a fee out of it. So just a tremendous relationship. John Haywood, I think his picture hangs up on a wall in Valley Forge, Pennsylvania somewhere, did something incredibly special for families saving for college, but something terribly important for Nevada as it created and rolled out its college savings programs. It was a privilege to work with your predecessors in that area. The questions I have, you've already talked about your proxy voting, but it's a little different than what I thought. So do you use Glass Lewis and ISS for your proxy voting, or do you, how do you work with them? Do you differ with them? You take their recommendation, or sometimes the fund will have a different position than the ISS and Glass Lewis?
Go ahead, Paul.
Ben, I'm happy to take this. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Scott. I'm an Associate General Counsel at Vanguard. Appreciate you having us here today. So to answer your question, we subscribe to ISS and Glass Lewis and their research services. So we will receive information about how those two proxy advisory firms recommend votes take place on various proxy proposals, but we do not follow them in any rote sort of way. Our investment stewardship group is applying guidelines that our boards of trustees have approved, and so we will look at what Glass Lewis and ISS says, but we will make an independent decision about proxy proposals.
I'm actually very happy to hear that, because sometimes the proxy folks are frustrating or stubborn or single-minded and don't always serve, in my personal opinion, the shareholders. So good on Vanguard for having that position. And the next is a threshold question. I know, and I'm perfectly comfortable with the request that's in front of us today. I mean, it's, you know, it's not so complicated. It's important, and you know, you know, it's clear that it's a prudent thing to do, again, in my mind. But how do you do the threshold? So you know, we're talking about the violating potentially the 10%, but up to 25%. You just, when you mark to market, you know, every day you just get an update on percentage of certain holdings. Is that how that happens?
That's right. We have monitoring systems in place to identify when any fund or any stock within a fund approaches those limits, so that we can take actions like this, come and seek relief. We have a compliance department and a department of enterprise financial services, which help us monitor those funds on a daily basis, even for the purposes of these ownership limitations, as well as pre-trade monitoring in order to prevent any trade from from exceeding a limit.
And, you know, the ownership of 10% versus 24.9%, I mean, that's a big difference. I mean, are you aware of any holdings that in any of your index funds that maybe, you know, that's a licensee of the Nevada gaming, you know, world and gaming act that is above a 20% threshold? Or don't you have certain rules within the funds that limit the percentage of one holding versus the entire index in the portfolio?
So right now we have two names that in aggregate across the Vanguard advisors are above 10%. That's Caesars and I believe Penn Entertainment. I would have to come back with an exact percentage, but I believe they're probably closer to 10% than they are 24.99% right now.
That's fascinating. Thank you. No, I fully support the application. I think it's clear, the intent. Mr. Alden, thank you. Mr. Scott, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners Marcantonis or Silver?
I have nothing further to add. Very satisfied on the presentation, Judge.
All right. I have no additional questions or comments. And I believe this is in relation to an order dated December 30th, 24.
Yes, draft one. Yep, that same date. Yep.
Thank you. All right. Do any of my colleagues have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for the approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted number 7. Could you please read that into the record?
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Shortline Gaming LLC and Shortline Express Market for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of the Ernest A. Becker IV Family Trust for registration as a holding company and for licensure as a member and or shareholder as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Ernest Becker IV, Alexis Riggs, and Joseph Riggs II for finding of suitability as a trustee and or beneficiary as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Hello, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners Solis, Rainey, Krolicki, Marcantonis, and Judge Silver. And Madam Secretary, I'm Greg Gemignani from the law firm of Dickinson Wright, representing Shortline Gaming, and Ernie Becker on behalf of Shortline Gaming. We appreciate you granting the waivers of appearance for Ernie Becker and Dwayne Shields. The matter before you is really an estate planning matter in which Mr. Becker is transferring his interest in Shortline Gaming entities from a trust he had with his former spouse into a trust with his grandchildren, Alexis and Joe Riggs. You know, Mr. Becker's been a longtime licensee, and his family is, he and his family are woven into the fabric and history here of Southern Nevada. And it's our understanding that the investigation revealed no issues or concerns with him or with Alexis or Max and, I'm sorry, Alexis and Joe, and they're both with us today. With regard to the operations of Shortline, we expect that those will continue as is, with Dwayne Shields handling the day-to-day business of the entity. With that brief overview, I'll have Alexis and Joe step up to the podium as well.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for
being
having us here today. We appreciate being here. It's an honor. My name is Alexis Riggs. I'm don't have any business being done with Shortline myself. I don't do any type of operations. I probably couldn't even tell you the first thing about how they function. I know what they do, but I'm currently a trustee of my grandfather's trust with my grandfather and my brother. And my job at the moment is managing the family business, which is a property management company and real estate investment company. So I run the operations on that side of things. But as far as Shortline, we're not sure of our involvement in Shortline in the future. There may be some, there may be none. It just kind of all depends on, what Dwayne decides to do and things like that.
Well, the good news is you have a lot of options in your life ahead of you, and we appreciate you being here today. Is there anything you'd like to say, or it's nice to meet you both?
Yeah, it's nice to meet you. My sister pretty much covered most of it. We work together. I'm project manager for Ernie, our grandfather, but other than that, I think it's pretty well covered.
Thank you. Well, all of us have watched the Gaming Control Board meeting, but I do have to ask my colleagues if you have any questions or comments, starting to my left here, Commissioner Marcantonis or Silver.
Thank you both for being here. Look, I'm sure it's a straight question that might be in the back of people's minds. You two very young folks, long runways in front of both of you. And one wonders when you think about siblings and sibling rivalries and sibling whatevers, and how would either of you like to comment on how you successfully work together in your decision-making day to day with some pretty major responsibilities even now? Go
I'm
ahead.
not sure how, but
You're
seems
not sure how?
Not sure how we work together so well, but since we've been working together, we've got along great.
It
As
works,
we started
but
working together 2 years ago, and yeah, nothing but good things.
Yeah, I think we got it all out of us as kids when we'd fight and, all the usual sibling antics. But yeah, I think we both have very different personalities too. So just understanding each other has been big. And I think we do understand each other pretty well, the two of us. And, with the Becker family, traditionally, there's a lot of siblings within the families. Our grandfather had 3 brothers. Our mother had 3 siblings. For us, it's just 2 of us. So managing the personalities maybe for one other person is different than, a whole group. Obviously, we also work with our grandfather extensively. So his personality is one we have to try and get along with and figure out and things like that. But for our sibling dynamic, we grew up very close. We're almost exactly 2 years apart. So I don't think if there's a disagreement, we sit down, talk about it, and squash it pretty much, which I don't think we really have often.
Nothing yet.
If at all.
Very well said. Do you have a lot of family members watching this session today?
I hope not.
I'm not a public speaker. Our mother's actually back in the room here today. She came
Okay.
to watch. So yeah, and she's been licensed. She had a gaming company for quite a while here. I think part of our upbringing was like, well, you better behave because you never know who you got to go in front of. And if you may have to be in front of the Gaming Control Board explaining some stupid decision you made as a kid. And of course, kids make those decisions, but it was part of how we were brought up with our grandparents and our mother that, you got to uphold yourself to a certain standard because you may end up in front of Gaming Control Board in Nevada and being
Yeah.
questioned on what, decisions you made as a youth. So yeah.
Well, very lucidly explained. Thank you. The boogie board, not a bad one. And your mother is doing a thumbs up, which I think means you're doing quite fine right now. But
Well, good.
thank you,
No problem.
Chair. That's all I have for these folks.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Just commenting that your mother is always correct. Remember that.
Yes.
And she is
she is.
100% correct. It's a privileged license and how important it is to behave and keep yourself in a manner in which you get to keep this type of license. So thank you for coming and presenting today. And you're tall too. Now I can see the whole volleyball situation.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
I have
much
heels
taller
today
in
too.
person than on the, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
My hat goes off to you for helping out CSN with volleyball. So
Thank you.
good luck to both of you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati, Mr. Riggs, Ms. Riggs. You know, what a pleasure it is. I can't see your mother holding up her thumb and beaming in the back, but I'm sure she is, and she certainly should be. You two have acquitted yourself exceedingly well in these proceedings. I know the Gaming Control Board spent some time on it, but what a special family you are part of. It's big, it's vast, but it's been some of the very essence of Nevada, Southern Nevada. Your grandfather is someone, I can't tell you how many times I've been in Arizona Charlie's for different events, but the generosity of your family, what they give back to the community, whether it's on the gaming side or the development, property management side, I think you've got this, gift, if you will, this legacy in the right spot in your hearts and minds. And, they're entrusting you. We appreciate the estate planning that's coming here. It's easier to do it now, and everybody can make decisions and make happy and nice. So again, appreciate this application being in front of us. Fully support it, but I'm excited for both of you as you move forward, whether it includes short line or not. But just learn from your family, take care of them as they've taken care of you. And again, I'm just thrilled to support this application today. Makes me proud.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis-Bruni.
I didn't have much more to add, other than I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I think you both have conducted yourselves incredibly professionally, both at the Gaming Control Board hearing and today. I'm very impressed, just given your age, how composed you are in doing this, and the fact that you took those lessons that your mom told you to heart as a young one. It's something my kids heard a lot, and I know it's hard to take it to heart when you're actually living that, but you've done it, and now it's up to you to keep that clean record and to learn as much as you can from your family, and be the next generation that steps up to lead your company. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Well, I don't have anything to add. And at this time, I think you have all the support you could possibly have, and it's just going to take a motion.
Okay.
I
In that
move-
case, Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 7, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate it.
Just for the record, Commissioner Krolicki, you said aye and we didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
I did say aye.
Okay, and there are none opposed. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 8?
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Nicholas Fouts for licensure as a key employee at Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Executive Secretary Rupert, board members in attendance. My name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. With me today is Nicholas Tanner Fouts, the applicant. We're before you today on non-restricted item number 8, which is his application for licensure as a key employee. Before handing it over, I'd just like to thank the agents who worked on this application. That's Agent Michelle Friedlander, Supervisor Matthew Doyle, and DC Luke Rippey. Mr. Fouts had a brief presentation at the board meeting, which he's happy to repeat, or is happy to answer questions, whatever is the commission's pleasure.
We would love for you to step forward and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to appear in front of you. My name is Nicholas Fouts. I grew up in Richmond, Virginia. I played baseball and golf throughout my childhood and high school. And upon graduating from high school, I attended Flagler College in St. Augustine, Florida, with the intention of pursuing a degree in sport management. After a year, I realized I was more interested in hospitality, so I ended up transferring to UNLV. In December of 2015, I graduated with a degree in hospitality management. I started at Dottie's in 2016 as a bartender, covering as many shifts as I could, and shortly after that, I was asked to become an assistant manager. My responsibilities included overseeing and training my fellow bartenders. In 2019, I was promoted to a manager where I oversaw 6 locations. I was responsible for the overall compliance of the locations and asset protection. In 2022, I was fortunate enough to have a son, and being a dad has been the most rewarding experience of my life. I enjoy the challenge of raising my son and keeping a full work schedule. In 2024, I was asked to become a general manager, where I mentored 2 managers who oversee 14 locations. In July, I completed the Restricted Compliance Licensee Seminar, and most recently, I've been asked to help with special projects that focus on compliance and safety throughout all of our locations. If approved, I look forward to helping the company in any capacity that I can, regardless of whether it's direct supervision over managers or helping the company as a whole.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm going to ask my colleagues to my immediate left here, Commissioner Silver or Marcantonis, if they have any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing, and I'm more than happy to support this application. I just had a question, and by the way, it's commendable how you've worked your way up and graduated from UNLV Hospitality. Just it's a pleasure to have you here. I just had a question on, am I correct? I saw that you oversaw 14 locations, but it looked like at least, the general managers aren't supposed to supervise more than 10 store managers. So I was just wondering, how you plan on dividing your time up.
It was just 2 store managers that I oversaw.
Oh, okay.
So at NRSI, we're able to see the status of our locations remotely. We can see what's called in and everything like that. So based on what I saw there and conversations with our managers, I can determine where to prioritize my time. If there were no major concerns, on average, I probably visited each location at least twice a month.
Great. Thank you so much.
And Commissioner Silver, just for the record, the condition on the license is the general managers can oversee up to 10 managers, and that each manager can oversee up to 10 locations.
Oh, well, good thing with Dottie's, huh? Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, no problem.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Well, if the math that you just mentioned is correct, what's that, 100 locations in that case?
That's correct.
10 managers, 10 locations each, 100 locations. Wow.
Up to.
Well, that's quite an up to. I quite satisfied having heard at the Gaming Control Board your presentation. So thank you. I'm happy to support it, Mr. Fouts. Wishing you good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I don't have any questions or comments other than thanking you for being here today. So I'll ask Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I also don't have anything else. Your application was pretty straightforward and your background very clean. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Fouts, welcome. Thank you for your presentation. Mr. Smith, always a pleasure to see you. Again, this is just one of those great stories. Grit, determination. You've done it the hard way. You've earned your general managership, and I'm delighted to support your application today.
So at this time, I would ask if one of my colleagues has a motion.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 8 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of Oliver Chow for finding of suitability and/or licensure as an officer and/or director as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, Schreck. The applicant, Oliver Chow, is to my right. He holds the positions of Executive Vice President, CFO, and Treasurer of Light and Wonder, Inc., and Director, Treasurer, Secretary of L&W, Inc. He has been in finance for over 20 years. In particular, he's been with gaming for approximately the last 8 years, starting with Aristocrat and then moving over to Light and Wonder in 2022. If you saw the Gaming Control Board presentation, you know that he has a stellar background and he is a wonderful applicant, and we are looking for your approval today. And with that, I'll let him put his name on the record.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Not even morning anymore. Good afternoon. Oliver Chow, CFO of Light and Wonder.
Thank you for being here. Very nice to meet you. So my inclination is to ask Commissioner Krolicki if he has any questions or comments first. It's kind of rotating.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I am most comfortable with the application. I think if the record is 200 jurisdictions, you're certainly competing for number of places to be licensed. So good on you. Love your financial background, like your story. I'm thrilled to support your application today.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
I also didn't have any questions for Mr. Chow. I was comfortable with the materials we have and the presentations that have been made already. Thank you.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you for coming in here in person. And I watched your presentation too at the board meeting. And so I'm very, very comfortable, and you're more than, qualified for this license. I just wanted to comment that I bet you're glad that you're out of LA now.
I am, yes. And unfortunately, I had a few friends that have been impacted by the fires there. And so, yeah, it's been a tough time, especially with my wife's family's also in
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched the presentation, and I saw the roots that you had in LA. So I just thought I'm glad that you're here safe with us. So thank you again.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Very strong background, Mr. Chow, and impressive. Was impressed hearing you with a gaming control board. Is there anything that you think that we haven't asked you that you would like us to know about you?
I think this has been a very thorough discussion, investigation. I think I live my life as pretty much an open book, and so I think most of the items have been covered, except for maybe my golf handicap. But that's.
And what, pray tell, is your golf handicap?
I'd rather not say.
I know one of our.
You can look me up on the.
I know one of our newest gaming control board members is a golfer too. So
You have a duty of candor to the commission.
Oh, I do. Yeah, I had the round of my life over Christmas, and now it's an 8.7, which I'm trying to work back the other way. So, yeah.
Okay, that'll do it for me. Okay, I'll be happy to support your application today.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Chow. Thank you, Chair.
So I have a question as far as all of these jurisdictions, and I realize I'm not asking for specifics, but just generally speaking, our process versus some of the others that you've been through. How would you compare them?
I think this New Jersey, where I'm going through New Jersey at this stage as well, world class. I mean, it's probably one of the better experiences that I've had working through. Like I said, a pretty thorough discussion and details through my background. So yeah, I think it's world class.
And as far as us in New Jersey, I mean, what are the differences?
I'll let you know in about a month. I got the 2-day session with New Jersey. They're coming into town, I think in February. So I'll let you all know afterwards.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you being here today and being available to answer our questions. If there are no other additional questions or comments, it appears that this is ripe for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 9, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well done.
Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted number 10. If you would please read that into the record.
Non-restricted number 10 are the applications of Timothy Lager and Leslie Martin for licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, Connor Shea, Brownstein Hyatt, Farber Schreck. With me at the podium are the applicants Timothy Lager and Les Martin. These are their applications for their officer roles at Binion's in Four Queens in downtown Las Vegas. I know that you all have reviewed the discussion that was had at the board level. With that being said, I would ask the applicants to both come up to the podium and introduce themselves, and we invite any discussion or comments that we may provide for you.
Thank you.
Morning. My name's Phil
Hello.
Logger, and I'm here to answer any questions you'd like me to answer.
Well, why don't we start with Commissioner Solis Rainey? Do you have any questions, comments?
I don't have any questions. I do appreciate you being here so we can put a name to a face. Still love the downtown property, so.
We do too. The history down there is just spectacular.
How's business?
It's good. I mean, well, obviously this last year's been a little bit softer because of the economy, but we really think things are gonna look really up. Right now we're remodeling 300 rooms, one of our towers, so we're excited about that. So we just want to keep reinvesting in downtown, and we know it's gonna be bright.
Well, I'd like to hear that because it's, it's historic and it's just a great place to have. And I really enjoy your steakhouse. I'm not as big of a connoisseur as member Assad here, but I like the old time steakhouses.
It's old school, isn't it? Yeah. With our Hugos and our steakhouse, that is the old school Vegas way.
Well, thank you for being here, and I'll pass you along to the next person.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Thank you both for being here. It is always impressive for me when I read that people at your level, at the chief operating officer level, have made their way through the ranks, and you probably heard this many times through our commission and board meetings, but nonetheless, we're in a kitchen manager.
Yeah.
There is not much that you don't know. And by the way, I did about the same thing. So when I read this, I was like, wow. That's very impressive. It will stand you in so much good stead going forward. You're very young. You've got plenty of runway in front of you as well. I'll have no hesitation in supporting you today.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Lager, thank you for being here. I just wanted to one-up Judge Assad. I watched the commission meeting and he talked about the Dunes Hotel. And he was a dealer there. But I had my Sweet 16 at the Dunes when you were there. So
Are
there
you
go.
kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. For sure I did. And even more importantly, when you were the manager of Tramps, I had my bachelorette party there in the 80s. So
That was quite the experience. That was a wild place. Well, I mean, it was really cool. What an experience.
it really was. That was the place in Las Vegas to go.
Yeah.
So for young people at the time. So when I read this, it was just such a pleasure to look at this amazing experience you have in the history of Las Vegas and how you've worked your way up. And I'm just, like I said, I'm fully in support of your application, but I just had a lot of fun reading, your applications.
Thank you so much.
A lot of fun memories.
Yes, the town has changed so much. I mean,
So much.
it's
so
just
much.
amazing what it was. And yeah, Tramps was the place.
It really was.
And now it's all the big casinos and the big nightclubs, but it was really neat. I mean, we had every
that was it.
celebrity, everybody you ever can imagine was in that
I haven't
property.
seen that name in a long time.
Isn't that crazy? And
Yeah.
the funny thing is we ended up buying that property and we renamed it Loose Caboose Central.
Yeah.
It was really neat to go there and go back and we owned it again. So great.
Yeah, I had a lot of good times at the Loose Cabooses too.
Oh, good. Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. This is another very impressive application. Mr. Lager, I hope you have pictures of Commissioner Silver once upon a time.
They didn't have phones in those days.
No.
Well, you never know. But the 40-year history you've had, I know you've been licensed multiple times. Mr. Martin, I think this is your first time, but I think this is without question just a fine application and comfortable. I do want to ask Mr. Martin, however, about his time in Elko. I think I heard, I know you left there and went up to Oregon and did some wine business, and now you're coming back. But could you talk about Elko?
Well, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Les Martin. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Four Queens and Binions. And yes, I did. I was born and raised in Elko, spent a lot of time there. And actually, there was some discussion earlier about the horse racing up in Elko. And in my much younger days, I actually sold tickets for the races up there while I was going to college. But went from there to Weber State College in Ogden, Utah, spent 5 years in Reno as a public accountant, and then came down to Las Vegas to take a position with Circus Enterprises, which of course became Mandalay. And then when they were bought out in 2005, my then wife and I went to Oregon and started a winery, which we still own and are unfortunately still trying to sell. So if anyone is interested, I have a winery for sale.
Pinot or Sauvignon Blanc? What do you grow in there?
We focus mostly on Spanish varieties like Tempranillo, not Albarino as much, but Verdejo.
Well, I've worked in the city of Elko here twice today. I'm actually heading there after this meeting because cowboy poetry is going on, and there's a good part of our state's population that's going to be in Elko for the next few days, and the Star will be quite busy. I obviously watched your presentation of the Gaming Control Board, and as I started out, perfectly comfortable, eminently qualified, and I wish you nothing but the best of luck as you move forward with this venture in your positions.
You know, Four Queens, it's so funny how so many of us have been here for so long. So Four Queens, when it was owned by Elsinore Corporation, my mother's husband of 40 years was an executive, and that was a property that I was very familiar with in my college and years, just because the family was there all the time. It was, you know, he was there all the time, and I just have such, you know, in addition to working downtown every single day for 27 years, so Four Queens is, you know, for anybody that's worked downtown or in the court system, we're very familiar with it. But then I have that level, right? Like the Elsinore years, with Gene Hood and, you know, that whole group. It's just really, for me, full circle moment, just saying. But it's really about you. So I'm going to shift it back over. I really thank you for being here. I have no question that you are, you know, you have the background that's appropriate to support these applications. And so I am in support of them at this time. Does anyone have any other questions or comments? And then I would call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move for the approval of non-restricted item number 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 11.
Non-restricted number 11 are the applications of Halise Usal for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer, key employee, and or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon. Once again, for the record, Sonia Vermees. I'm here with the applicant, Halise Usal. She is Secretary, Treasurer, Chief Financial Officer for Affinity Interactive. She is also manager of Prima Donna Company, LLC. Also present today, I should mention, is Joshua Carlson. He is the Deputy GC for Affinity Interactive. Ms. Usal gave a very lengthy presentation before the board that I'm sure you heard. She is eminently qualified, having been in gaming since 2002, worked her way up, but she's happy to introduce herself to you and take any questions you might have.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the members of the commission. As Sonia alluded, I'm happy to answer any questions or provide a brief overview, however you'd like me to proceed.
You know, a brief overview is great. Thank you.
All right. So my name is Halise Usal. So currently I serve as the Chief Financial Officer and the Treasurer for the Affinity Interactive. I've been in the role since May 2023, nearing 2 years. In my capacity, obviously I have the financial strategy for our assets, and typical finance divisions such as accounting and controllership, financial planning and analysis, internal audit, risk management for the company. And I also have indirect reports through the field, which property, finance, and their functions report up to me. I spent majority of my career in gaming, starting in 2000 with Harris as a frontline team member. So I participated in the opening of Paris DreamCon. Shortly after, maybe probably after 6 months, I moved back in the back of house function, found my way in finance. And since then, I worked in different property or corporate roles in finance. And after 13 years at Caesars, I switched my career into more of a tribal gaming. So I spent another 7 to 8 years with a tribal organization in California. So, and as I alluded, I joined Affinity in May 2023. So.
Well, thank you for being here this afternoon. Appreciate
thank
your
you.
patience. I'm going to open it up for any questions that my colleagues may have, starting with Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Usal, your application and story are splendid. Your journey from Turkey to where you are now and what you've done in the last 20 years in the United States, plus you're eminently qualified, and I'm delighted to support your application today.
Thank you. Commissioner Silver or Marcantonis?
Ms. Usal, I echo, of course, Commissioner Krolicki's comments, but tell us a bit about the Silver Sevens. Just from the point of view of the market segment that is targeted, just something, a bit of color behind the entity. We often hear about the very big ones, and you've heard today, but it's always good to hear about our bread and butter as well, to know more about them.
Good question, and thank you for that, Commissioner. Silver Seven, it's as a company, I think we're just in general, we're targeted. We're not the luxury resorts. We are the middle of the road, and our customers are usually value customers. So essentially, we want to make sure we have the right amenities for that segment. And with our right marketing strategy and reinvestment strategies, we try to attract, especially the locals in the area too. But I think what's unique to Silver Seven, it's also with our hotel product, we're able to attract some of the overflow from the city. Again, targeting the value customers, we're able to get some of those maybe non-gamer, but the conventioner type of customers as well.
Oh, well, thank you for that. That's
thank you.
Very interesting and very critical, very vital to our economy, all of such properties as well.
Yes, I mean, it has a predominant location, and it's close to the airport. And as things get a little tougher on the strip, like parking, and that's a property, like you can just park right in and get into the gaming or the food pretty quickly. So we believe that it has its own unique opportunities in a maybe challenge corner, but it's doing well for us.
Well, thank you for that. Look forward to supporting your application today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you again for coming for your presentation today. I'm fully in support of your application. I just noticed that you have a great deal of experience at the Kumash Casino in Santa Ynez, and I've stayed there several times, and I was just wondering, how do you reconcile what you did there versus your duties and responsibilities here now? The differences.
That's a great question. In a way, I think I had great opportunities in terms of building new capabilities and taking the tribe from maybe in a place they were in, but helping their maturity and especially financial functions. So I think that's one of the attractive areas that I think at the time why this position was, like I said, attracted to me. Because in terms of just running finance is one thing, but in terms of making it more of a strategic and value-add function, including technology and improving controls and processes, so which is kind of my bread and butter. So I think that fit right into what we needed at Affinity, and that was a easy transition.
Thank you so much, and again, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks.
Commissioner Solis-Rainey.
Ms. Usal, thank you for being here. I too enjoyed the story of your travels from your native land to a new country all by yourself. I'm very impressed with that. I had just a few questions with regard to your responsibilities. So you're the Chief Financial Officer for 5 properties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have consolidated accounting functions?
We do.
You do? Okay.
Yes.
Where are the functions located physically?
from a technology standpoint, we share the same financial tools. Maybe our gaming applications, some other underlying sources are different, but from a team perspective, it's a hybrid. Our compliance and gaming related functions are at the location. So each location has its own finance leader and their own smaller right-sized finance teams. And at the corporate level, we do more on the, I would say, non-gaming and more financial reporting, fixed assets, like I said, our reportings and compliance functions in terms of our debt. And those are the more, I would say, sophisticated type accounting and finance matters that are happening at the corporate level. And also procurement and, risk management, all other functions I mentioned, those are also corporate functions that which we serve everybody on the field.
Okay, so the day-to-day, like, slot audits,
Those are
table
at the
games audits,
field.
those are each
Yes.
at each location?
That's correct.
Okay. How about your internal audit function?
That's a corporate function, but they do travel to the jurisdictions.
How many auditors do you have?
4, and we have a director of internal audit.
Okay. And did you say the director reported to you?
He does.
He does?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a board or anybody? It's unusual to have a audit report to CFO.
That's probably, it's by design, but in terms of independence on the internal audit, we have a board of 1 member, which is our owner. But there is a regular cadence in terms of meeting with our CEO, and if necessary, there will be a board. And we also have an independent compliance committee, so they also report results through that committee. So there's some level of independence aside from direct line to me. So I will probably call it administratively, I'm the oversight, but clearly from a budgetary and the risk perspective, there's access to the rest of the organization by the internal audit.
Okay, perfect. And the subject of the late applications was addressed at the board, but I was just curious, were those submitted by the company or were those submitted through council? Your applications were submitted late,
They were
correct?
submitted by the company.
Yes.
By the company? Yes. Okay. I was just surprised, I believe, unless I was reading it wrong, the second, the application as to your manager roles wasn't submitted until the board actually brought it up. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, all right. All right, I accept your explanation with regards to that. I was just a little surprised. I mean, that's something, the earlier one, I mean, things happen. The 35 days I wasn't as concerned about, but the other one was not only almost 130 days late, but it wasn't submitted until the board staff actually called
I
the
believe
property
so.
owner.
I believe when we had the first interview to review the application, it was noted as we needed to add those roles to the application, and we work with the compliance team to handle that. You're correct.
What was the reason that the company didn't submit that?
To my understanding, maybe there was the misunderstanding in terms of, because it's a unique, not all of our officers have extended roles, but I think that was unique to the CFO role and the CEO. Maybe it was just an oversight, and we appreciated the heads up from the agent, and then.
Are they
we
aware of that
reacted.
now? I mean, was additional training done just to ensure that this doesn't happen in the future? Do they understand that licensing has to be done by role as well as by individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
Like
All
I
right.
said, it's probably unique to the 2 roles in our company, which will be the CFO, treasurer, and the CEO role.
Oh, it's just those two?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. I don't have anything else. I'm happy to support your application. I mean, you're well qualified for the position that you have, and I was just curious on how it was structured, just because for a while we saw consolidation of everything up to a centralized office, but then it seems like some of the functions are getting pushed back to the properties. So
Yes, thank you.
I was wanting to hear about that, so thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki, did you have anything else?
Chair, I'm fine.
I don't have any additional questions or comments at this time. I believe it's right for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And there are none opposed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, the court reporter is requesting a recess. It's 1:12. We'll reconvene at 1:20. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Krolicki, can you hear us? Of course. Well, he's right there. Okay, well, we can see you, so that's good. And I think he can hear us because he's walking up.
No, I can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Okay, we're having some technical difficulties down here, but it seems like they've been resolved for now. So we're going to proceed with our next agenda item, the restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of 777 Gaming LLC doing business as 777 Gaming and Spirits for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Brandon Hamika for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
David Brown on behalf of Mr. Hamika, who's with me to my right. Mr. Hamika has been licensed by this commission since 2014 at the Trop Mini Mart. He recently purchased a tavern, which he hopes to have your approval for as well. We did have the opportunity to watch this morning in the open to the public portion. Mr. Kingston spoke about it. He was a little bit more favorable today. After the last hearing, we immediately reached out to his attorney. We offered every bit of the personal property that wasn't a fixture. We told them they're welcome to come pick it up anytime. We offered to have them come last weekend. It wasn't convenient for them. They're supposed to reach out to Mr. Hamika. We provided his cell, his email address this weekend. Every one of the items that isn't a fixture has been offered, and that wasn't even conditioned on any resolution of the litigation. Mr. Hamika has no interest in keeping that. He bought this business from strangers. They advertised on the internet. He did his due diligence. There was no litigation at the time. The lawsuit was actually filed the day before the gaming board hearing. He confirmed with the landlord that the current tenants that he purchased the business for were authorized to allow him to have the lease. He did that. I know the board pointed out of interest to them was he did not purchase any of the gaming equipment. This is going to be a slot route operator. He does not own any of the equipment. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Welcome this afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, I'm just going to, we've all watched the board proceedings. We've all had, an understanding of the information and materials that were presented to us. Do you have a copy of these materials?
I don't. I assume they were the correspondence. Thank you.
I don't think it's right for you not to have a copy, right? You shouldn't have to look after your hearing online to try to find them. So there you go. You want to briefly go through it? I don't know that anyone's going to ask you any questions about it, but I want the record to reflect that you have it and you've been given what we've been given, so you know what is being provided to us.
Thank you. I do have most of these items other than his written statement at the beginning. I did have the other items before their email correspondence between his attorney, who we reached out for, and they've been very responsive and a pleasure to deal with as well.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues. I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey. Do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you for being here, Mr. Hamika. It's nice to see you again, Mr. Brown. With respect to the statement that you made as far as the personal property, you had made similar comments during the Gaming Control Board meeting that, the personal property that you've offered to give back. It seemed very minimal at the time when in furniture, fixture, and equipment. So you're not offering to give like the equipment back, just the personal property.
Well, some of the speakers and the older TVs, all of that stuff that he was willing, the cabinetry and the sink,
like refrigerators.
But they named, I mean, if you look at the list that I see is on here,
long list.
It's very detailed. We've offered to give back, I'd say approximately over half of the items, and they're very happy with it. And they said he will ultimately be dismissed from the lawsuit by providing that and a couple other items and statements as to his involvement. I don't think he's going to be subject to have to file an answer. I think he'll be dismissed rather quickly.
Thank you. And that doesn't affect, my view on today's. I just wanted clarification because it seemed to be a lot of stuff that I don't know why somebody would want it without the business, but.
I feel the same way, but Mr. Hamika, everything he could give back that wasn't really going to be disruptive, he voluntarily agreed to give back.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions with respect to the transaction. The timing, I was a little bit confused on, but I think I finally got it straight as far as when I detailed all the agreements the dates and stuff. So he'd been dealing with the prior company since 2022 or something. Well,
With
you
the
would know.
previous owners?
Yes.
Since 2024.
Wasn't he doing? I thought it was, I finally got it straight in my mind that it was like 2022, he was working with them. But then there was hold on.
In 2022 is when the previous owners to him purchased the business from Mr.
Yes.
Kingston.
Yeah, that's what I
Yes.
mean. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
then,
sorry.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
okay. Yeah, I didn't have any other questions. I was able to work through mine.
I don't have any questions for you, but I'll ask my colleagues. Commissioner Silver?
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I am in support of your application, especially since the clarification from, the board meeting and from your attorney as to how everything occurred. I just wanted to confirm and make sure, Mr. Brown just stated today that, you bought this on the internet, and I think he used the term from strangers. I just want to confirm, did you know either Jamie Edgecombe or Walter Rhymes before you, or anything with Two Brothers Venture prior to this buy-sell?
I did not.
So totally strangers you bought this from?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Well, it looks like you are lucky that you have Mr. Brown to help you out here and
Yeah.
get you out of this really difficult situation on the buy-sell. But good luck to you. And again, I'm supportive of it. So
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question for clarity because there's been a lot of documentation on this, Mr. Hamika. Thank you for being here. Is there currently, Mr. Brown, is there currently any kind of civil case going on in the courts right now besides the commission's things that we're doing?
Yes,
There
the
is.
day before the gaming board hearing, there was a
Right.
lawsuit filed naming the previous owners, naming him, and I
Right.
think naming the landlord as well. Mr. Hamika, there's been an offer to resolve, and I think Mr. Kingston alluded to it today too,
Okay.
that he's going to give him the personal property that he can. We've
Right.
given him a list of it, and they said that was acceptable, and a couple other items
That's what I
that
thought.
they want for the litigation, and they're going to voluntarily dismiss him out of the case.
Good. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Mr. Hamika, welcome. Thank you for being with us today. Mr. Brown, always a pleasure to see you, sir. I think the Gaming Control Board did a perfect job establishing this as a civil matter and not a gaming license matter. Mr. Hamika, your business acumen and background and skills you bring here, I can only wish you great luck, and I fully support your application today. And just confirming, Sunset Coin is going to be your slot rack operator, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I have no further questions. I'm perfectly comfortable to support.
Okay, it would appear this matter is ripe for a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move for approval of non-restricted item 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We would like to thank Agent Wilson. She was a pleasure to deal with. And do you want me to provide this?
Well, we have many copies and it will be included in our records, so that's for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Bando Entertainment of Nevada LLC doing business as Dust Las Vegas for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Ryan Bandy for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. Unfortunately, my Representative Jeff Donato, who's been helping me through this process, he had surgery today, so I'll be doing this all myself. So
Understood.
I am Ryan Bandy. I am the full 100% owner of Dust Las Vegas, Bando Entertainment of Nevada. I hail from Illinois. I've had gaming there since basically it started in Illinois back in 2013. And I've worked with J&J Ventures for 12 years now, so I'm excited to work with them and their endeavors out here. Being their first multi-state client. You heard a lot about my history and my past and how we got to this path and where I'm at right now. In the previous meeting with the Gaming Control Board, but I'm here to answer any of your questions. I do have, for the record, I believe we've got the language for the key employee all finalized. I'll be happy to read in the record if you'd like me to at this time.
Okay.
Okay. It's a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and therefore be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Okay, thank you. I will ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments. I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bandy, for being here. I think you addressed this at the board meeting, but I don't recall. How do you intend to split your time?
I'm trying to do like 2 on, 2 off. I just opened my pizza restaurant about a little over a year ago. So I'm trying to, I just went back in town for a week and I figured, and I learned that that's not enough time to be home for a while. So I'm going to try to do 2 on, 2 off. I have a really good GM out here who's had past experience working at one of the other LGBT bars. It's a general manager before too. So I feel happy and confident that he's going to do a great job once we get his key employee application on file. So.
Okay, and that was my next question. Is it the intent that he's going to submit a key employee application?
Yes, he's already started working on that.
Okay, perfect. I didn't have any other questions. It sounds exciting. I mean, it sounds like a fun place to go to, and I'm glad that you're making it work across state lines.
I'm trying to. It's been a lot
Thank
this
you.
year, but
I don't have any further questions. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bandy, it's good to see you. I'm sorry I'm not physically in Boulder City today to share the space with you. But no, I think this is compelling. You did a great job in front of the Gaming Commission. Mr. Donato would be very proud of you representing yourself today. Not my business, but I hope he's fine. I hope it's just easy surgery and nothing serious. He's a good man. You've attended the restricted gaming seminar, I believe, and was it in September?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. No, I wish you the best of luck. Commissioner Solis Rainey said it. This really sounds like a fun and vibrant venue and lots of energy and just wish you Godspeed and great luck in moving this forward and making it a success. I support.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Silver.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have read your application and see, you've been licensed in Illinois, you're a high school teacher. I'm thrilled to support your application and I'm really excited about the revitalization of the Sierra Vista area down there.
We're trying.
And,
We're
just make sure you have a lot of security in that area. Because, the history around there, it's just starting to be up and coming, but, look at where, Main Street and the Naked City used to be. It's now this awesome arts district. And hopefully you can do that to that area of town. I'm really looking forward to it and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Bandy. The same applies. I just want to make sure the condition was agreeable to you. Okay, and which this is the signage with regard to the signage?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. I know you had completed the compliance program and that's excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
All right, sir, at this time, I'm prepared to call for a motion. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion for approval of restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the
Congratulations. Thank
opportunity.
you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 3?
Restricted number 3 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 222 for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Executive Secretary Rupert, board members. My name is Cannon Smith and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. I'm before you now on restricted item number 3, which is NRSI's application for Dottie's number 222. I'd like to thank the board for allowing NRSI's president, Ms. Graziano, to present this item in front of the board. I was very sick 2 weeks ago. But I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Well, we're glad you're back and well. You look well. Thank you for your patience today. While we get to your item at this time, I will open it up for Commissioner Krolicki. Do you have any questions or comments to start?
Just hope Mr. Smith isn't contagious. I'm glad I'm in Carson City today, but I'm glad to see you up and about. I have no questions. I think it's all straightforward. Surveillance condition, everything has been agreed to. So this is boilerplate, but I appreciate it and support it.
Thank you. Commissioner Silver, anything?
No, again, it's routine and it's always nice to see you. So thank you for being here and presenting.
Thank you, Judge Silver.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
I think I had heard that on the Gaming Control Board presentation, February 20th is still the target date. March was?
I think it might be March 20th.
March 20th
is the target date, I believe.
Yeah, times when you can read your own handwriting. But thank you. No other further questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I didn't have any questions. It was pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't either. So at this time, I'll ask one of my colleagues if they could make a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to move for approval of restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
All right, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we'd also like to thank Agent Arby Wilson for her work on this application.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask Madam Secretary to read in the stipulation for settlement and order, settling the complaint filed in the matter of Nevada Gaming Control Board versus Nicole Bowyer.
All right, next for your consideration, you have a stipulation for settlement and order settling the complaint filed in the matter of the Nevada Gaming Control Board versus Nicole Boyer, case number 2415.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. I'm Nona Lawrence with the Attorney General's Office here today on behalf of the Gaming Control Board.
Good afternoon, everyone. Eric Ferran for Ms. Boyer.
Before you today for your consideration is a settlement between the board and the respondent, Nicole Boyer, that resolves a complaint the board filed against her in August of last year. If it pleases the chair, I will give a brief overview of the complaint and the background leading up to it.
Yes, please.
Thank you. The board initiated an investigation into Resorts World Las Vegas following a raid by federal authorities on Matthew Boyer's California home in October of 2023. Matthew Boyer is the husband of the respondent, Nicole Boyer, who is currently a registered independent agent with the board. Mr. Boyer was a frequent patron of Resorts World, and it was discovered during this time that he operated an illegal bookmaking business. Through an investigation into those activities, it was also discovered that the respondent was Mr. Boyer's independent agent host. Pursuant to her contract with Resorts World Las Vegas as an independent agent host, Mrs. Boyer was responsible for becoming familiar with the requirements of Title 31, the federal law which governs anti-money laundering, as well as responsibilities under Regulation 25 of the Nevada Gaming Commission related to independent agents. During its investigation, the board's agents made several attempts at contacting Mrs. Boyer, to which she was non-responsive. Subsequently, the board filed a complaint against Mrs. Boyer on August 15th, 2024 that included 2 counts. The first of which alleged Mrs. Boyer was acting as an agent for an apparent illegal bookmaker and that she knew or should have known he was an illegal bookmaker, possibly using his illicit funds to wager at Resorts World. Additionally, because she received commissions based on her husband's play at Resorts World, she was potentially deriving those commissions from the proceeds of her husband's illicit activities. Nicole Boyer acknowledged that she rarely gambled, she never had been a host before, and that she did not know what independent agents were supposed to do. Mrs. Boyer also indicated that she did not know anything about Title 31 or anti-money laundering. Mrs. Boyer also said that her husband told her that he wanted to recoup some of the millions of dollars he was losing at Resorts World by making her his host. From the information that was provided to the board, Mrs. Boyer appears to have been generally unaware of what was transpiring and was apparently used by her husband to further his bookmaking business by recovering some of his losses through hosting. On August 9th, 2024, Mr. Boyer pled guilty in federal court to the crimes of operating an unlawful gambling business, transactional money laundering, and subscribing to a false tax return. He's currently awaiting sentencing. The second allegation in the complaint is failing to cooperate with board agents during the investigative process. As mentioned previously, Mrs. Boyer was non-responsive to the board agents in July of 2024. While Mrs. Boyer failed to file an answer to the board's complaint in the time allotted by statute, the board granted an extension after the due date to allow an answer to be filed. Since that time and throughout settlement discussions, Mrs. Boyer has cooperated fully with the board. In her discussions with the board, Mrs. Boyer answered questions in detail and has further agreed to cooperate with the board in its ongoing investigations. Through the settlement that is before you for your approval today, the board and Mrs. Boyer have agreed to the following. First, Mrs. Boyer admits to each and every allegation set forth in the complaint. Second, Mrs. Boyer has agreed that her independent agent registration will be revoked. As this commission is aware, although an independent agent revocation does not carry the same ramifications as a license revocation, being revoked by this body is the harshest penalty that a registrant could agree to and the worst outcome for someone in the gaming industry. Agreeing to a revocation forecloses Mrs. Boyer's opportunity for a hearing before this body, but also removes her entirely from Nevada gaming. Third, Mrs. Boyer has also agreed not to seek registration with the board for at least 5 years from the date the stipulation and settlement is accepted by the commission. Based on Mrs. Boyer's representations, it's unlikely she will ever seek another registration. In addition, Mrs. Boyer agrees to cooperate fully with the board and any other federal, state, or local law enforcement agency, as well as agencies in relation to the allegations contained in the complaint. Those are the terms of the settlement. That concludes my presentation. The board is requesting the commission's approval of this settlement. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Mr. Ferran is also present on behalf of his client, Mrs. Boyer, who may be able to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. At this time, I will ask my colleagues, starting with Commissioner Marcantonis, if he has any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps some comments, if I may. There is no doubt that this whole series of events have created a major bruising to, frankly, the reputation of our Nevada's regulatory process. And frankly, it's very hard for me to even remotely begin to believe that somebody would not know AML procedures, know nothing about Title 31, particularly in the world of agents, independent agents. I've had numerous agents reporting in the properties I've run, and it was non-stop beaten into them. So coming up with some flimsy, whimsical excuses like that, I just would like to send a message that that's not going to allow people to get away with breaking, frankly, our rules and processes. And whether Ms. Boyer is back in the industry one day or not, is besides the point. This case should serve as an example to everybody else out in that industry. Claiming ignorance is not going to be a get out of jail free pass. For instance, even though that may be the worst that she's received, which is losing your license and so on, as you described, the worst penalty. No, not really, because this individual also gained financially. She was paid commissions based on her husband's losses. That's how I've read all of the transcripts. And we have not penalized her. We've not had any pecuniary penalization. That would be the worst. And that, had it been necessary, I will say to you that if it was in front of me, that it maybe would have that would have happened. But maybe this should serve as a warning to others. Read the rules. We have compliance procedures. This is not something new. Commission has been, and the board has been in operation for years and years, decades. So excuses of ignorance are not going to be enough, certainly not for me in front of people, particularly when they have made financial gain. And I have wanted to place those comments on the record. That doesn't mean which way I would vote or otherwise, Chair, but I did want to place that on the record. And Mr. Farad, that should be expressed to your client too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silas Rainey?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to both of you for being here. I echo the comments of Commissioner Marcantonis. I don't think this is an adequate settlement. She benefited in excess of $500,000 in 2023 from doing this job that she claims she knew nothing about the major aspects of it, which is protecting the industry by following the anti-money laundering. I'm generally not inclined to stand in the way of settlements because obviously it's a give and take process. I don't feel this is adequate, and I don't know that I can support it at this point. I did have a question for Ms. Lawrence. One of the provisions is that Ms. Boyer has agreed to she's agreed to cooperate with you in I guess other proceedings related to this. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is the repercussion if she does not? I mean, she
Then
didn't call back, so
it would be a violation of the settlement agreement.
which would have what effect?
Voiding the agreement. I would presume.
I'm sorry?
Voiding the agreement.
An argument that they could that it could be set aside, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
If you could please speak into the microphone.
It would presumably void the agreement.
Can I ask a question? I don't mean to interrupt you, but I just logistically, I don't know how this works. So the disciplines that we've had where fines have been agreed to, presumably those people stepped forward and paid the fine. What is the mechanism and how does it work if someone says, I'm willing to give up and I call uncle, but I don't either have the money anymore or I have no ability to pay or good luck collecting it? How does that work? What does the state do?
Chair, I'm actually not sure how that works. I believe that if they're still under the jurisdiction of the board, there are ways for collection processes to go forward. But in this case, she would be revoked. She would no longer be under the jurisdiction of the board, and there would be no way to collect it unless she paid voluntarily or stipulated to it.
And Chair, if I might jump in, a settlement agreement is basically a contract. So it would be a violation of a contractual term, and there may be other collection mechanisms just for failure to pay under a contract that the board and commission could pursue.
And that, just getting back to my question, that was part of the reason I was asking what the repercussions would be, because if she's being revoked and taken out of the jurisdiction of the board and the commission, then where do we stand? How do we enforce anything at that point?
If I may add, particularly when we have heard in the testimony that in the initial investigations, she was non-responsive. So if she was non-responsive, then what makes us think, and go to your point, Commissioner, that she be responsive to anything else?
Well, so I don't mean to interrupt. I heard two different things. So if she's revoked, then there's no ability to pursue the fine, or I'm hearing our.
If I might, Your Honor, and Commissioners, contract law is still contract law from common law until now. Obviously, as the other commissioner noted, if there's a breach, then there's remedies can be enforced through whatever vehicle.
But what I'm think your comment doesn't address is that these two folks are saying there's $500,000 that was collected by your client as a result of these untoward behaviors, right? And this inappropriate behaviors that's the reason you're here and the reason that we have this settlement. And what I'm asking is if there had been a component I mean, it's my understanding that this is either accepted or rejected, correct? So let's say, and by the way, we've done this with other stipulations. I'm not saying it's going to happen here because I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but let's say there was a stipulation for a fine and a revocation, and then and I'm not saying this your client, but just generally, and they don't pay it. That's my question. Then you're saying we have collection mechanisms because they breached the agreement. And I guess, has that ever happened in the history of that anybody knows of?
I'm not aware of it, but someone else in my office might be aware of it. Maybe I think John McKilla is online.
To my entire history with the board and commission, I have never heard of anyone not paying.
Right. So that's my point, is it would be forging new frontiers is my guess. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say new frontiers, because every one that we've had, it's been stipulated. So they've written the check and it's gone to the state fund, right?
Yes, electronically transmitted. Now, an option here, normally when we have a fine, it's over an existing licensee or someone with an existing approval that is not disappearing through the settlement. So I might suggest, if this goes that way, that the requirement be cash up front before commission approval, and that the cash would be returned if the settlement is not approved.
Okay, well, that would be, so there's options here. If we reject, then you're off to the drawing board. You've listened to our comments and you either renegotiate or we go forward to a contested hearing, and then we're left to make those determinations ourselves. That's my understanding of what we're doing here today, correct? So under no circumstances, if this is rejected, can we magically say, but we impose this? Because that won't happen. You'll go back and either try to renegotiate or you will come back before us. And in the meantime, she's not revoked. Am I wrong? Correct. No, I guess I shouldn't ask that. Right. Wait, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're like,
yes.
no? Yes.
Chair.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that, what we're doing here today is if we accept it, then there's no fine and there's a revocation. If we don't accept it, it goes back for them to either renegotiate or we're off to the races for a contested hearing. Fair?
That's correct.
And then it will be left to our discretion and how to collect it if she doesn't volunteer to pay it. If a fine were so included, will be for all the state of Nevada attorneys to figure out. Fair?
Fair.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand what's happening right now. So we're good. I understand.
Chair, if I can I,
sorry,
just Commissioner Sewell?
The question, thank you. My understanding is she pled guilty to several charges in federal court and she's awaiting sentencing. Is that correct?
She has not pled to anything. Her husband has.
Oh, okay. So she hasn't pled.
No,
Has she been charged with anything?
Yeah, Your Honor, I don't represent her on that
I'm
component of it. I don't represent her on that component of it. My understanding is she was granted federal immunity as part of a global negotiation wherein her husband pled guilty.
Right. So
and
she's not
he's
looking at
facing
any federal
well,
criminal fines or punishment at all. And the only fines or punishment, so to speak, is really before this board. Is that
Well,
right?
I mean,
Technically.
I don't know if I'd
Since she
say
got
it that
immunity.
way.
Wait, can we not talk over each other? So if,
I apologize.
okay, so.
Since she got immunity, she's not looking at fines. She's not looking at punishment in the other case. The only punishment she's looking at is here.
The immunity wasn't monetary. I mean, they were forfeited substantial amounts of money. Their home was raided. They community property wise, husband and wife, right? Because the other party was her husband. They forfeited almost all of their assets.
So there was a forfeiture.
Yes,
And the immunity didn't affect the forfeiture. It only affected criminal prosecution.
that is correct, Your Honor.
And potentially restitution from a felony conviction.
That is correct. Which is going to be jointly and severally between them both.
But was there already a forfeiture if he hasn't been sentenced yet?
My understanding is there's a separate civil forfeiture for him.
For him?
Yes, Your Honor. And that
And that
happens
already
to her because-
transpired?
Yes, because, and also because it's community property. They live in California, my understanding. So it's community property and that attached to all of their assets.
We don't really know that. I don't really know that, to be honest. I don't know what
That's
was
fair.
forfeited.
That's fair.
And so right now, they could, he's looking at being sentenced, and certainly I'm sure a federal judge will look at fines as well as whatever punishment, perhaps jail time. But we don't really know what's been forfeited and what assets they have and whether or not she can pay a fine at this point. That's not something that we have before us. Is that right?
That's fair.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Commissioner Silver, I'm sorry if I could just address that. I do have the plea agreement and there is a forfeiture in there. I could give it to the commission if you want.
What's the amount?
Actual, I think it was $4 million in cash. They took about 400,000 from the house, 15,000 in casino chips, and he's required to sign over. I don't want to say it verbatim and get it wrong, but I do have it if you would like to see.
Just back to the question that I started with. The reason I was asking about jurisdiction, about what the repercussions would be, is because I was concerned about jurisdiction. I'm not comfortable going forward with the settlement that doesn't allow us to retain jurisdiction over her should she breach this agreement. I realize that there's contractual remedies in court that can be obtained. That takes her out of this ambit. And I believe that, because it's our province to regulate gaming and to deal with a wrongdoing in this case, by her actions. One, I don't think the sentence is, not the sentence, but the settlement is adequate as far as her withdrawing or being revoked for a minimum of 5 years. And two, I think there needs to be a provision for retention of jurisdiction so that, the board can impose additional penalties if she fails to cooperate and or pay a fine if one were to be imposed. So that's where I'm at.
Can I clarify what the cooperation you're referring to? Are you referring to in the criminal proceedings, or are you referring to our any investigation with any gaming violations? What cooperation?
She agreed to continue to cooperate with the board with respect to, I'm assuming there's going to be continued investigations, especially given her claims of no training and such, and possibly other actors. So I just don't trust that she's going to cooperate when she couldn't return phone calls. So
Just for the record, I'd note that some of that conduct predated my appearance on this case. Just for the record, I'm happy to amend whatever the commission would want in terms of language or ongoing language for cooperation. I know Ms. Boyle is willing to stipulate to the same.
I have a question I'm sorry, I'm going to let you completely finish.
no problem. And Mr. Friend, I appreciate that. I think because of the nature of the proceedings, we either have to take it as is or reject it and then let you guys renegotiate. And if you wanted to make that concession during the renegotiation, that would be fair game. But at this point, it's not something we could, actually engage with you on in terms of trying to modify today.
Of course, I just want to note it for the record.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your help.
Okay, so just so I'm clear on the timing, the time that she wasn't returning calls, did she have immunity at that time or not?
No.
Okay, so if anybody in this world had any expectation that they would return a phone call about an investigation for which you potentially face very serious felony charges, any lawyer on the earth would advise her not to speak to our division at that time. Would that be fair for all the
I know I would, Judge, and I know, Your Honor, sorry. And I know when it all went down, I wasn't involved from the inception, but I understand that it was very quickly, and obviously any lawyer who was worth his weight in anything would have advised to try to slow down and understand what's going on before talking to anybody. So
but you're comfortable representing that she did not have immunity at the time we were trying to speak to her and she wasn't returning our calls?
That is correct.
Okay. And then subsequent to getting immunity, right? Then, and you apparently, kind of a double whammy there. She then worked with our agents and cooperated and negotiated. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
I just want to make sure I have the timeline of all of this.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. We haven't asked Commissioner Krolicki if he has any questions. I'll ask him and then I'll come back down here and ask my colleagues if they have any more. Commissioner Krolicki, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. I am supportive of the conversation that the commission has been having. I'm not the attorney or former, judge here. This is your space and you better understand. But just as a lay person watching this, her husband's behavior, was profoundly egregious and it was criminal, but it was, touching with things in our jurisdiction at Resorts World and the act. His wife's actions were, in my mind, just as egregious and compounded by her lack of cooperation. I hear what you said. If she still didn't have immunity, she would be advised not to by counsel. But I think Ms. Lawrence said that the harshest penalty we could impose was the 5-year revocation of her independent agent status. It is what it is.
Commissioner Krolicki, our Attorney General Deputy is saying no. She's shaking her head, so maybe she wants to clarify real quick.
Yes, thank you. Actually, with regards to an independent agent registration, there's no statutory penalties associated with a revocation. So she actually could, there are no prohibitions on a licensee contracting with her, or she could immediately apply for a registration. She has agreed that she will not do so for 5 years, and she has indicated that she will likely never, ever apply for a registration again.
Yeah, and perhaps that's how she feels. I'm sorry to throw words back at you, Ms. Lawrence, but I thought you said it was the harshest penalty we could impose, the 5 years. Is that not the case? Could we put a revocation for life, a ban for independent agent status for, with the Nevada Gaming Authority, a lifetime ban?
I apologize if that wasn't clear. With regards to the harshest penalty, I was referring to a surrender or some lesser punishment. But anyone that's in the gaming industry, if they're licensed or registered, that, when you're revoked, that's akin to a scarlet letter. You're giving up your right to work in this state in the gaming industry.
But in 5 years, we're saying she could try to come back and do that. And, I don't want to, I just think the conduct was outrageous. We all, I think, agree on that. Why was there not a monetary, a fee penalty assessed against her? I mean, is that indeed a possibility? And if it was, why did the Attorney General's office not seek it?
Thank you, Commissioner Krolicki. There were many factors that weighed into that decision. The board did discuss it numerous times, and there were many things that were discussed with regards to the fine. First, her cooperation. She did, when she spoke to the board, she indicated that she had an attorney she believed actually answered for her when the agents called. She indicated that she thought someone answered for her, and that was her belief. She did cooperate fully after she answered the complaint. The details that she gave in all of her answers to the questions were believable. It appeared with what she told the board that she was a pawn in her husband's desire to continue his gambling, to obtain credit lines, to get some of the money back. He told her that she was going to become the host so that he could recoup some of the money that he lost, because she would get paid a commission on his losses. We're not entirely sure, and Mr. Frun could maybe clarify, that she ever got any of that money. It appears that he was negotiating things for himself so that he could get money back to use it to gamble. I don't know that for sure. Mr. Frun can maybe speak to that. She did indicate that there was a credit line that she was given that she was not questioned about. And so we believe that through her discussions, that her husband used her credit line. So it appeared overall that she was told, sign this, you're going to be this. She said, okay, I'm the host. We're not entirely sure she even got any of that money. Generally, when there's a stipulation for settlement, it's either, when there's a revocation of fine, it's either one or the other. The compromise is, you're going to be revoked, but you don't generally have to pay a fine. If we were asking for both a fine and revocation, she wouldn't agree to that. There's no compromise there. She would just likely, as most people do, say that they would go to a hearing and take their chances and actually present their case. But in this case, the board weighed that, and their primary goal was to protect the state and protect the gaming industry. And by getting her out of the industry completely, they believe that they achieved that.
Ms. Lawrence, I didn't want to interrupt, but according to the records that we have in front of you, the amounts that we discussed, the 500 and plus thousand, 501,000 in 2023, that was earnings. So are you suggesting that they paid her husband?
I'm not suggesting that. I believe that they paid her and
Okay.
she paid taxes on it. She indicated to us that she paid her taxes separately now. We didn't ask why. I can assume why. Mr. Ferran might be able to elaborate on that. But when we asked her about her gambling activity, how much did she bet? What kind of games did she play? It was very minimal. She played one game, and she actually indicated to us that she had a self-imposed curfew where she went upstairs at 10 o'clock every night. So
I just wanted to clarify that whether you were suggesting that earnings were paid to the wrong person. So
no, not at
Okay.
all.
No problem. Thank you.
Chair Tagliati, I don't know how we move this forward. I mean, I respect the Gaming Control Board. Ms. Lawrence, that was really helpful to understand. I mean, I agree, the first level is protection of our industry that we regulate, totally get that and accept that. If the decision was made, even if, we can go down to so many rabbit holes, even if she was coerced, and she probably was, the conduct that she committed was still egregious. And
May I interrupt you for a second?
please.
Because you started this with, I don't know how we move this forward, which is a very good desire and commentary. I would like to see the forfeiture documents that you referenced before we entertain this. So what I would ask is that we recess this, and we're going to go on to other matters. And I know we don't have I guarantee you we didn't wheel a copy machine in here. So I don't know how we could all sit around and look at whatever you have available. And then we could perhaps get a copy of it emailed to Commissioner Krolicki. But it's very interesting to me if there have been, the divestiture of millions of dollars from this couple by the federal government. I want to know that before I don't support this. So I'm quite frankly inclined to support it if, in fact, your representations about the forfeiture and its finality and its rather hefty financial implications are true. So I would love to see that. Is that okay? Sure. Okay. So do you mind? I know you've been here all day. Can we're gonna redo it because I wanna, there's so many people waiting. But
the only thing I wanted to add was, anyone can order it in a plea agreement or for forfeiture. If there's some documentation that the feds actually took it, like for example, their house or took the money, not just that it was, through a plea agreement, just that,
but
that it actually occurred too.
It's a civil forfeiture. It's not a plea agreement, correct? That's what you've told us. A civil forfeiture action.
It's also part of the plea.
He has to speak into the microphone, please.
We can't hear you.
Is that it's also part of the plea agreement, which would again be non-dischargeable ever.
No, Well, with all due respect, we've seen conviction after conviction and people don't pay restitution all day long. I mean, it was judged 20 years, they don't pay. So I want to see that they paid too, not just that it was ordered or they agreed to it. I'd like to see documentation that shows that it was paid to the feds or someone.
Well, here's another thought.
Understood.
Here's another thought. In light of all of these issues, do you want to have us pass this until next month so that you can collect all the documents? I mean, federal system is one thing and the state system is another thing, so I'm not necessarily have the same concerns, but you're hearing all of our concerns. Maybe it would be helpful to you to have more time to circle the wagons. There's one question that was asked that I didn't really hear an answer to, and that was by Commissioner Krolicki, is 5 years the max? You said no, I think. Can we do a lifetime, I think is what he said. And I didn't hear an answer to that.
I believe that you would be able to do that. There is actually no time limit on an independent agent revocation. So there's none. So she agreed to the 5-year time limit, which was negotiated. It could be 10 years. It could be, 20 years or whatever you wanted it to be.
Okay. So I guess the question
She's
is,
already suggested she wasn't interested in this activity in the future. A lifetime ban should be amenable to her. I really would like to see that and to see if there's a recoverable aspect to this. And if there's not, then the practicality suggested by the Gaming Control Board makes great sense to me. But the ban of 5 years, if we can do greater, I think is essential. So I support the chair's suggestion that, if we can't approve something today, if we're going to change it, to bring it back, ASAP to our next meeting.
I mean, that gives you a few options, right? That gives you the option to keep working at it in light of all this commentary where it doesn't look good for you in resolution. I'm not saying it's pre-decided, but you hear what's happening. So
Doesn't look good.
Yeah.
But
right?
just for the record, she would stipulate to a lifetime ban or no obligation. So, and what I would appreciate is a chance to put those documents together in a nice packet for delivery to your honors, to the commission and decision at the next hearing.
So what would your preference be, council? Would your preference be to have the commission render a vote and then you go back? Or would your preference be to continue this until next month since you want to consult with the chair?
If you give me a moment, thank
Sure.
you. Chair, we would ask at this time that it be taken off calendar. And for clarification, I don't have a document that shows it was paid, I don't believe, but we will get every document that we have and provide it to the commission.
Okay, so if you could research that in light of the questions that have been asked here today. And so are you formally requesting to withdraw this item off the agenda today?
I am, Chair, yes.
Okay, so unless there's some objection by any of my colleagues, we're going to allow this to be withdrawn. And you can bring it back before us at any time in any manner you see fit. We would just obviously like you to take these comments into account and do what you think is best, and we'll be here.
Understood. Thank
God
you.
willing. God willing, we'll be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, is it possible to make?
Sure. You want,
That's okay.
are you sure?
Yes, fine.
Is it related to what they might do in the future?
No, it's what we'll do, but I'll be here.
Okay. Madam Secretary, could you please read into the record for the agenda item related to the consideration of the application of Philip Katsaros for enrollment to practice as an agent before the board and commission?
Next for your consideration is the application of Philip Katsaros for enrollment to practice as an agent before the board and commission.
Afternoon, we jumped ahead. Sorry, I thought I was going to be last. So thank you. Good to see you, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Solis Rainey, good to see you again. Commissioner Silver, Commissioner Marcantonis, and Commissioner Krolicki. My name is Phil Katsaris. I'm here to seek approval for an enrolled agent under Reg 10.
Okay, and you are, just, by the way, welcome back.
Thank you.
In this different capacity. You're not seeking to be enrolled for one particular case. You're seeking to be enrolled for, an
Right.
unlimited number of cases, correct?
Right. And although I can expand upon that, it's not necessarily my intent to be doing this full time.
Sure.
I'm doing consultancy work and things are starting to amass along the borders of Nevada. So a few months ago, I said, I need to try to move forward with this process. So
Okay, so, so the reg does allow for one particular matter or at the discretion of the commission, an unlimited number of matters. And so, so this application and request is for an unlimited number of matters. And so, I don't, have any questions on your capability or, qualifications, and I've reviewed your application. And so I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any, we have some new ones since, you were here on the board. So I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments. Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Welcome back, Mr. Katsaros.
thank you. Doing well.
I have absolutely no question about your suitability to act as an enrolled agent, but I just had a clarification point. PGS Gaming, do they do any business in Nevada?
No.
Okay.
No. So everybody that I'm working with right now, I mean, I guess you could say kind of globally, because of my past experience, it's traditionally been my wheelhouse now, I'd say over the past decade or so, is to reach out to my network and try to help them commercialize their products or services coming this way into North America, whereas before I was kind of overseas doing that work in Europe and Asia primarily. So.
Got it. I don't have any other questions. And again, I have no concerns about your suitability to act in the capacity, and
Thank you.
would be happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Mr. Katsaros, the last time I saw you was when you were one of the people who voted to license me approximately a decade ago. You were very fair and kind that day, so I certainly will be supporting your application
Thank
today.
you.
It's a small world. Nice
I appreciate it. I
again.
remember the hearing. We were on the different sides of these desks here.
We are.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver?
Happy to support your application. Thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Thank you for having me here.
Commissioner Krolicki?
I was doing fine until I learned that he approved Commissioner Marcantonis's gaming license once upon a time. I hope the commission has a sense of humor late in the afternoon. Mr. Katsaros, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your public service. You left the Gaming Control Board better than how you found it. And, that's all we can ask for public servants. And you did that exactly and did it well. I think you are impeccably able to represent folks, and they were lucky to have your experience should they make that decision to retain you. And the icing on the cake is when AG Burnett says thumbs up, and this is a good decision. That certainly helps. Not that I needed it in this case, but I fully support your application today.
Well, thank you for those comments. It's always good to have AG as an ally.
All right, at this time, I would ask if there's a motion. Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion in the matter titled A25-0174, the application of Philip Katsaros for enrollment to practice before the Nevada Gaming Commission pursuant to Regulation 10.0402. I move to approve the application.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All right, Madam Secretary, could you please read in our next item, which is consideration of a gaming employee registration appeal?
Next for your consideration is one gaming employee registration appeal. That item is John Hu, case number 23LV01354.
Everybody. Thank you.
Hello.
Oh,
So,
good afternoon. My name is Rebecca McCoy. I'm a gaming auditor agent. I work for Nevada Gaming Control Board. And today I'm here just as a Mandarin interpreter.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So before we start, how do you intend to use the interpreter for every word, or are you going to look to the interpreter if we say something you don't understand? And by the way, who are you, sir?
Yes, my name is Tom. My name is Thomas Sackowitz.
1 second. And what relationship do you have to the?
I had 2 administrative hearings with her. One, I was a representative of
Your
record.
personal relationship. What personal
Oh,
relationship?
personal, we live together.
Okay, so
So
you're
kind of like spouse, but
okay. Well, you can't be kind of like spouse in Nevada. There's no common law marriage. Are you married?
no, we're not married.
Okay, and you're not. Well, the reason I'm asking is because you can't appear for her and you can't represent her under Regulation 10, right? So this isn't going to be a thing where you're going to speak for her because you're not an enrolled agent and you're not an attorney under the regulations and you're not an immediate family member. So because of that, the rules apply to everyone.
Mhm.
If she wishes to talk to you in between, she can talk to you, but
Right.
you will not be talking to us on her
Right.
behalf.
I can instruct her what to say.
You can do whatever you want privately.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
yes.
Right.
All right.
So for example, if this were a court proceeding, for example, right? And you came in and you said, I'm going to speak for her, that would be practicing law without a license in the court system. Here, we just have a regulation that applies, and the regulation requires you to be an enrolled agent or an attorney or an immediate family member who's not being compensated. Because it's my job to follow the rules,
right.
because I'm the chair of this commission, you are not an immediate family member and you are not an attorney or an enrolled agent. So if she turns and wants to talk to you in Mandarin or English and you want to have that privately, you certainly can, but you cannot speak for her at this proceeding.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, we'll go through it. It's a third party thing.
Okay,
All right.
all right. So, so when we're talking, can I just ask you, Ms. Hu, how long have you lived in the United States?
13 years.
30 years?
13.
13.
Yes.
13.
Yeah, 13.
13.
13.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And so I'm going to ask the agent to explain to you the rules, and those rules will apply. And the rules are, we are here to talk about the evidence that was presented at the hearing to the hearing commissioner, to the hearing master.
这个委员呢，他就是说让我跟你解释。那今天在这里呢，就是说讨论你们在那个内华达国财业管理局那个听证办公室所讨论的这些证据。
Okay. We are not here to talk about evidence outside of the record or that hearing.
我们不会就是说任何有关就是额外的证件，我们不会在这里讨论。
I get you. Thank you.
Okay. So,
Oh, I can I ask you, do you have my brief? The hearing brief?
which brief is that?
I
Is
sent
that-
it to legal.
Can you grab that for us? Can you grab that for us so I'm not?
Yeah.
Can-
Yeah. Wait a second. Let me.
Yeah, this is good, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you have your copy. So I need to sign.
I have it.
I need your copy.
Yeah, this one. Thank you.
You get your copy of that, will you?
Yes.
So you have it, so it's. right.
And then, do you have this one? Another one? I also sent the email to legal.
So I guess the question is, if you could ask her, does she intend to rely on this and this alone, or is she going to make Because I'm not going to have duplicates of where she repeats everything. Either she wants to go forward orally, or she can submit it on this, or she can read this to us. What is the plan?
我想问的就是说，你给他这个是，就是今天讨论的是根据你这个例子单给他，还是怎么样？就是你为什么要
We proceed, go through every one of these and inform them why this should be considered. We'll start with the most important, highly relevant one. We'll start with Gus Winterton. Move to have his testimony impeached. Move to have his testimony impeached.
Excuse me.
First
We
of all,
need
there
to-
are no motions here. So I see that you want to do a briefing. This isn't a court proceeding. The rules are much more relaxed. The standard of review, though, is you are not going outside of the record, and we're not considering additional evidence. You can make a statement and you can challenge what's in that hearing and what the evidence was, but there's no motions here.
So tell her that Gus Winterton testified 3 different ways.
I want to do this brief, so everything go through, and we show you another one, the errors in the decision later.
Okay,
Yeah, I
So-
want to go through everything.
okay.
Thank you.
By the way, I didn't get an opportunity to finish telling you how this works. You will say what you want to say to us, and then you will be done. We will ask questions of you, potentially. After those questions are done, then you will have an opportunity to make a final comment. And then while we are discussing what happens with this, you will be done, meaning, and so I will correct you if you try to interrupt us and argue with us while we're having our discussion.
Sorry, can I ask him?
No,
read
the
this?
interpreter will
can-
interpret,
can-
and then you can ask him.
Can I ask her read this for me?
So here's my question. Apparently, either you're not listening to anything I say, or you understood everything I say because you've already moved on. Which one is it? Are you going to use the interpreter, or are you going to, you see what I'm saying? I went on for a good, sir, can I finish before you do that? Because one thing she can't do is listen to 2 people at once. I said at least 6 sentences of information. You skipped right over it and went to the interpreter and said you want to go to these materials, which tends to suggest to me that you understood exactly what I said. So my question to you is, we are going to do this one of 2 ways. Either A, you tell me that you wish to use the interpreter for every word, in which case we're going to do that, and you're going to wait until what I say is interpreted and what everybody else says interpreted. Or you tell me I do understand some English, especially the simple stuff, and I will ask the interpreter if I need her. Which one is it going to be? Because I haven't gotten past that yet.
Okay.
Let me translate. Let me
oh,
translate
okay.
first. Do you？他就是说让我问你，就是说只有2个选择。第一个呢，就是说你所有问他的话呢，就是说由我来翻译。那他问你的所有的话由我来翻译。第二个呢，你就是告诉他们，你自己可以直接跟他回答，然后呢，你需要我的时候再来翻译。
我就是需要你的时候，我就用你来翻译。
那你用英文也可以跟他说。
I say when I need her, I ask her.
Okay.
And yeah, it's faster this way. Yeah.
It
I
does,
can understand
I'm not,
some.
I have no preference, but it's really hard for me when I speak for a good 4 sentences and then you move on to think that you didn't understand what I said, because I'm running this hearing for you and you probably need to know what I'm saying. So I had that good sense that you did know what I was saying. So it's up to you. We're not limiting your use of the interpreter. We appreciate your service. And if you need a break to ask a question of her, to interpret something, please say so.
Thank you.
Okay. So you are going to tell me that you want to go through the brief, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So is it your intention to read it, or how do you want to proceed?
I read it.
Okay,
Yeah. Can I ask her read for me?
I
Because my English,
I don't see any problem with that.
Everybody cannot understand.
No, I don't see any problem with that at all. Go
Huh?
ahead. No problem, no
Thank you,
problem.
Thank you. Yeah.
Brief of hearings on January 30th, 2025. Lack of contextual evidence and the misleading video evidence. Number one, the videos presented as evidence from Aria Casino are taken out of the context and fail to accurately represent industry standards or common dealer practice. And number two, the footage does not provide a complete view of what other dealers were doing, making it an unreliable basis for disciplinary action. Number three, eyewitness testimony. On December 17th, 2024, an eyewitness, Jiang Hu, recorded another Aria poker room dealer taking a pre-tip before the hand was over. This is a common industry practice, and its selective enforcement raises serious due process concerns. Hearsay evidence. Violation of Sixth Amendment rights. For the allegations against Jiang Hu rely solely on hearsay evidence, which is inadmissible as primary evidence in any fair proceedings. Number five, what was actually said? There was no sworn testimony from and the direct witness who alleged thief. Number six, no probable cause witness exists. Under the Sixth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, Jiang Hu has the right to confront and cross-examine any witness bearing testimony against her. Without a direct accuser, the case lacks probable cause and should be dismissed. And three, unfair presumption of guilty, biases in investigation. Seven, gaming agent Augusta Massey, I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce that.
That's
name.
okay. You know what? Would you mind if I took over real quick?
Sure.
Okay, just for the legal phrasings, to make sure that that we're going through all of this. There are some like organizational things that won't come out in the transcript. And so for the lack of contextual evidence and misleading video evidence, that is one section with 5 points. For section 2, hearsay evidence, violation of Sixth Amendment rights, that's a second section with 5 points. Under section 3, unfair presumption of guilt, dash bias in investigation, that is a separate section with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points. And you left off under the 7th point, Augusta Massey interpreted prejudicially as voluntary termination, which was not the case. Then the next factual assertion reads, Al Bing, B-I-N-G, further misinterpreted as an adversarial leading to procedural bias. Then there's a whole nother section, section 4, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points. And those are Agent Gus Winterton failed to properly document events. Agent Gus Winterton admitted he did not know whether Jian Hu's detention should have been documented. Next, he failed to establish any clear arrest or citation record, which raises serious procedural concerns. Next, no arrest ever occurred. 10, false claim regarding Jian Hu's criminal history. Next, Agent Gus Winterton falsely stated that Jian Hu was charged with petty larceny. Next, this is factually incorrect as no stealing, no arrest, or criminal charge exists. Then there is a new section, section 5, declaration of Jian Hu. I, Jian Hu, under the penalty of perjury, declare the followings. 1, I was working as poker dealer at Aria Resorts and Casino from November 28, 2018 until terminated August 24, 2023. No poker tip policy affected on this day. I was terminated. 2, in August 17th, 2023, I was investigated by the Nevada Gaming Control Board agent after Aria complained that I took the tip from the pot from bomb pot, quote, pre-tip, end quote, game, period. Dealer taking the pre-tip from the, quote, bomb pot pre-tip, end quote, game is common practice by all the dealers in Aria Poker Room and some other poker rooms in Las Vegas, such as the Bellagio Poker Room, Resorts World Poker Room, or Wynn Poker Room. Lots players play every poker room where there are these games. They treat dealers mostly the same. They offered pre-tip and allowed dealers to take time drop and take dealers' tip also. No charges were filed by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. 3, on August 17, 2023, I was interviewed by the Aria Poker Room Operation Director Ryan Kirk and surveillance officer named Bo. Ryan Kirk accused me for an incident that happened on July 19, 2023, and the incident date shown on, quote, suspension pending investigation notice, end quote, is 7/19/2023, a copy of said notice attached. The surveillance personnel, Bo, told me when I said and what he saw in video was different, he said I was lying, but he didn't show any video to me. I questioned them, every dealer doing the same. Why only accused me? Bo said because player complained you, but they didn't show anything about the complaint, didn't say nothing about who complained when the player complained and what the play complained, ellipses. However, after I went home, I found out I didn't work. I was off on July 19, 2023. After I told Ryan Kirk I didn't work July 19, 2023, then he purposely changed to July 17th, 10:08 p.m. Ryan Kirk lied the second time. The time 10:08 p.m., July 17, 2023, I didn't work on table 20 either. Plus what happened, he said the player complained, parentheses, I knew this from my, what we refer to as DEETR, Department of Employee and Training and Rehabilitation case, end quote, was different than what happened on my table, page 100 to page 104. Also, Ryan Kirk didn't show any evidence about the complaint. It is unreasonable and inconsistencies. 4, I went to Aria Casino, requested my time card and review videos. Aria Security refused to provide me any video. Also, the shift manager, Ryan Peters, had been threatened to be suspended if he helped me in getting my time card. Till now, I don't have my time card. 5, in order to obtain the evidence to prove other poker dealers were doing the same as me taking the pre-tip from the pot during the game still in progress, I tried to ask an Aria poker player to take videos for me on May 14, 2024, but failed for some reason. On May 27, 2024, I got a copy of Aria Poker Room policy from ex-Aria coworker. The policy was effective on May 6, 2024, but the coworker told me he got the policy on May 21, 2024. It was more than 2 weeks later, after the effective date of May 6, 2024. This is unreasonable. The coworker told me from the day I was terminated on August 24, 2023, Aria Poker Room management had not even mentioned pre-tip with dealers. This is also unreasonable. From the date August 24, 2023 to the policy effective date May 6, 2024, it was about 9 months. This is also unreasonable. From all these happened, that can testify Ryan Kirk didn't care about the other dealers, how to collect pre-tip, only purposely against me, singled me out. 6, on December 16, 2024, I have been told Aria Poker Room dealers were still taking pre-tip out from the pot when the game still progressed, like before we did, even thought, I think you meant even though, they have the policy in effect, dealers still doing the same like before, no policy in effect. I was very surprised. Then I decided to go to Aria Poker Room to record. On December 17, 2024, at about 9:31 p.m., I started to record a video in Aria Poker Room. The video shows the Aria white woman dealer took pre-tip from the pot when the game still progressed. The policy says, quote, a tip cannot be taken by a dealer out of a pot prior to the pot being pushed to the winner player, end quote. New quote, players are not permitted to instruct a dealer to take tip out of a pot they did not win, end quote. However, Aria poker room dealers are still doing the same as I did before, but Ryan Kirk let them do, even though the poker policy affected only purposefully reported me, quote, theft, end quote, period. Section 6, failure to establish probable cause, motion to dismiss. 12, no probable cause witness exists. Next, the GCB case against Jian Hu relies on no direct witness claiming theft. Next, without probable cause or a valid witness, the case must be dismissed. 13, the GCB agents lack expertise in poker industry. Next, the agents handling this case lack knowledge of poker procedures. Next, they have no professional poker experience and rely solely on the casino's interpretation. Next, without independent expertise, their conclusions are unreliable. Section 7, stipulations and requested relief. Stipulation 1, pre-tips are legal under industry standards. Stipulation 2, Agent Gus Winterton gave contradictory testimonies regarding Jian Hu's alleged arrest. Next, first statement, Jian Hu was arrested and should have been cited on her gaming employee report, GER, parentheses, page 7 to 8 in the transcript, end parentheses. Next, second statement, no citation was ever issued, parentheses, page 34 in the transcript, end parentheses. Next, conclusion, Jian Hu correctly answered her GER dated 10/19/23, proving her truthfulness. Next sentence, move to impeach Agent Gus Winterton's testimony due to inconsistencies. Stipulation 3, Jerome Dumayet never accused Jian Hu of theft, he merely stated that he personally does not do pre-tips. Next, nowhere in the records does Dumayet claim Jian Hu stole. Section 8, conclusion and prayer for relief. For the aforementioned reasons, Jian Hu respectfully requests that this board grant the following relief. 1, the case due to lack of probable cause, lack of reliable witnesses, and improper investigatory procedures. 2, reinstatement of Jian Hu's gaming license without prejudice. 3, expungement of any related disciplinary record, parentheses, if have, end parentheses, regarding this matter. 4, referral of the case for further investigation into potential misconduct by the casino and investigating agents. Accurately read? The record should reflect you nodded yes. Is that a yes?
Answer yes.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
What else do you want read for my colleagues' consideration?
还需要让他读什么吗？
哦，还有这个another one, another file. I give you that one.
The formal challenge to errors in the gaming decision letter?
Yes.
Okay, I have a question for you. When I'm done reading this, having read the other matter, are you going to have anything to add? Because you
would.
can't repeat everything. I'm reading it. I'm happy to read it. I need it in the record. It's important for you to be heard, but we can't have repeating. So I'll read all of this, but then you're not going to be repeating it again. It'll have to be new information if you want to address anything beyond this, okay?
他说可以把这个帮你读，然后呢，但是呢，就是说这个读完以后，如果你没有再有附加的这个信息的话，那就是他不可以就是重复的，就是帮你。你明白吗？
One second.
Agent Winterton testified 3 employees, not only 2, but 3.
Isn't, wait a second. 他说就是我还可以加其他东西吗？
不可以，就是说他可以帮你把这个法官可以帮你把这个全部都阅读，但是这个读完以后呢，他就不可以，就是说如果他不可以重复的给你，就是说
不会全部读了一个是吧？我可以有其他东西是吧？
那你要跟他说，如果你有，
I have another thing. Is the gaming agent. The statement is wrong.
Okay, so here's my question. The formal challenge to errors in the gaming decision letter. Is this something you want read or not?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and then once you start talking besides these things, if you repeat what's in these things, I'm not going to let you repeat.
And
you get to say everything one time.
Okay.
Okay, because otherwise you're abusing the time of many people. So one time you get to say it, and then we're going to be asking you questions.
I want to make sure, after you reading this, you can still get another paper for me, right?
It depends on what it is. As long as it's not repetitive, I'm happy to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay, formal challenge to errors in the gaming decision letter. 1, introduction. I am submitting this document to formally challenge multiple factual inaccuracies, inconsistencies, and procedural errors in the gaming decision letter regarding my case. The presence of these errors significantly undermines the fairness and credibility of the decision, and I request an immediate review and correction. 2, errors in the decision letter. Error number 1, false arrest claim. Statement in the decision letter, quote, on July 26, 2023, board agents responded to the Aria Resort and Casino regarding Jian Hu, who was suspected of stealing poker chips. Hu was charged with petty larceny, end quote. Factual correction. I was not arrested on July 26, 2023. I was never taken into custody or formally arrested by law enforcement. The only interaction that I had with the board regarding this matter was on August 17, 2023, when I was interviewed at my place of employment. Supporting evidence. The decision itself later acknowledges that I was not arrested and that this charge was never prosecuted by the district attorney's office. This contradiction undermines the credibility of the entire ruling. Why it matters. The misrepresentation of my arrest status is a serious procedural error. A claim of arrest carries significant negative weight in assessing my character and suitability for a gaming license. This falsehood have unfairly influenced the board's decision against me. Error number 2, contradictions in testimony and findings. Statement in the decision letter, quote, Agent Winterton testified that he attempted to reach Hugh directly and left her a voicemail, but he received no response from the appellant. Factual correction. I never received any voicemail or call from Agent Winterton. The decision acknowledges that I testified that I had no missed calls from the board and would have responded immediately had I received a voicemail. Another way, why didn't send me email? There is no independent evidence that Agent Winterton successfully contacted me. Why it matters. This error falsely portrays me as uncooperative. When in reality, I had no knowledge of any attempt to contact me. This unverified claim was used to cast doubt on my credibility, even though no evidence supports it. Error number 3, mischaracterization of my statement regarding surveillance footage. Statement in the decision letter, quote, Hugh admitted taking money from the community pot, end quote. Factual correction. I never admitted to stealing money. The claim that I admitted to wrongdoing is false and misrepresented. My statement during the hearing clarified that the person in the video of Table 20 resembled me, but I did not recall anything happened the same. The decision itself states, quote, she clarified to state that the dealer on the surveillance video had the same hands as her, but the actions are not what she remembers, end quote. Supporting evidence. The board's own record of the hearing contradicts its claim that I made an admission of guilt. Why it matters. Falsely claiming an admission of guilt severely prejudiced my case. The decision distorts my actual statement, making it appear as though I confessed to theft when I did not. This misrepresentation directly affects the board's evaluation of my character and trustworthiness. Error number 4, inconsistent handling of surveillance footage. Statement in the decision letter, quote, surveillance video showed Hugh taking chips from the rake 13 times, or rack, I think you mean, right? Rake. Okay. Not sure how that's spelled. 13 times, end quote. Factual correction. I was never given the opportunity to review the full unedited surveillance footage before the hearing. The board selectively relied on the footage without allowing me a proper review or independent verification. Lots, my witness, and evidence, including Thomas Sakowych, confirmed pre-tips were legal, yet this was not properly considered in the decision. Why it matters. The lack of full access to surveillance footage violates due process and undermines my ability to present a proper defense. Without full transparency, the board's reliance on selective presented evidence is inherently unfair. The decision fails to acknowledge the legal ambiguity of pre-tips at the time, which is a crucial element of the case. Error number 5, misrepresentation of legal standards. Statement in the decision letter, quote, Hugh's objection should be sustained pursuant to NRS 463.335, subsection 12C, because she committed a crime against her employer. Factual correction. I was never convicted of any crime. The district attorney refused to prosecute my case, meaning no legal determination was ever made regarding my alleged crime. The board cannot assume guilt where no court has found wrongdoing. Why it matters. The decision applies a presumption of guilt without legal basis, which is fundamentally unfair and prejudicial. Nevada law allows rehabilitation considerations, yet board disregarded this in its assessment. The decision fails to consider the fact that my case was never prosecuted, which is a significant factor in determining my eligibility. 3, impact of these errors. These errors have directly impacted the fairness of the ruling and demonstrate a lack of due process in my case. Specifically, the decision misrepresents my legal status by falsely stating I was arrested, relies on unverified claims regarding contact attempts and my alleged confession, fails to provide full transparency in the handling of surveillance footage, presumes guilt without legal basis despite case never being prosecuted. A decision that contains such serious errors and contradictions cannot stand and must be corrected. 4, formal request for correction and further action. Given the above, I formally request 1, immediate correction of factual errors in the official decision, specifically regarding my alleged arrest and confession. 2, full disclosure of all evidence used in the decision-making process, including the unedited surveillance footage in its entirety, internal reports or communications related to my case. There's a scratch out there. Do you want me to read it?
No, the 3, right?
3
So
has been
3.
scratched out. Do
No,
you want
no.
me to read it?
No, it's
Okay.
disappear.
4, vacate the decision due to the errors outlined above, reinstatement of Gian Hughes' gaming license in a fair and impartial manner. 5, conclusion. Fairness and accuracy are the foundation of any just legal process. The substantial errors and contradictions in this decision raise serious concerns about the integrity of the process used to assess my case. I urge the board to correct these mistakes and reconsider my eligibility fairly and impartially. Sincerely, Gian Hugh.
Thank you, Jennifer.
What else do you have?
I have this.
No,
It's hard to read. There's very small words. And I just say about I committed for 7 times, about $60. This is false.
So I'm sorry, what do you want me to read here?
I can read clearly.
What you underscored in red. What you underscored in red.
Yeah, underscore the red.
Hugh admitted to taking pre-tips on approximately 7 occasions, and it was 7th occasion when the patron stated he was not okay with the pre-tipping. Hugh stated during all 6 occasions she only obtained approximately $60 in tips. This is a highlighted section from, or highlighted, underlined, excuse me, 1, 2, 3, paragraph 3 of Nevada Gaming Control Board Deputy Supplemental Report dated August 31st, 2023.
I highlighted is because this is not true. This is not true. He said, I committed 7 times, I put $60. This is not true. How can you remember 7 times? How can you remember $60? Oh, sorry.
Could you start again, because someone in the north that will be making a decision has to hear you.
I say this is false. In the gaming hearing, he told me, and the surveillant told me, he said, you took about 7 times the pre-tip, about $200. Not I committed, they say. And he rather here is I committed 7 times and $60. This is not true.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Is there anything else that you wish to say?
And I want to say, I wanted the Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission to preserve my all evidence, including the 20 radios of an area and all documents for the future investigation.
The what at the ARIA? Preserve what at the ARIA?
All evidence, including 20 radios from area.
20
radios.
Radios, I don't know what that is. If we don't have it, we can't preserve it.
You have it. They submitted. They submitted. And I took another.
Are you talking about the video clips?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
And I talk about the videos here.
Okay, anything else about the argument about your case?
Yes, this is, I'm talking. It's when the August 17, I just came back from the four weeks vacation. And they uncle bring me to the surveillance room. And he said, July 19, what happened on the table 20? The July 19 is, I remember I say, the table 20, I remember something happened on me. Is the player, after he won the both part. It's mean somebody know the poker game here? Somebody know?
We don't answer your questions. You just talk.
Okay.
Okay?
If
you.
I know, I can talk to him. It's mean my action is the cards due to the last card, the river. It's like they finish the turn. Due to the last card river, and they finish the hand, and they finish it. And the couple players compare the hand. I read the hand for them, and they see for the guy player, he won the both part. He said, "Oh, dealer, I don't do pre-tip." He told me. And so I give him the $20 back. The $20 pre-tip. When I just sit down, the player say, this is pre-tip double ball bumper game. So.
Okay, you're gonna have to say that last part again. Could you say it to the interpreter, please? Just the whole sentence, not just the bomb pot, but the.
Bumper pre-tip.
No, go the whole sentence.
整个句子。
What did the customer say to you?
The player told me after he won the both part is after the last card, the river, last card river, the last second is turn. Last card river and the couple players. I remember the couple players, maybe 2 or maybe 3, and I compare the hand, I read the hand. He won the both part. He won the whole part, but both ball because it's double ball. So he won the both. And he won the whole part. After he won, then he told me, "Oh, dear, I don't do pre-tip." That time I feel he took my shot, and just he cheated me. Because before when I take it, and the players offer, why you don't reject? And when you won the part, after you won the part, you say, "Oh, I don't argue with him." So just $20, I don't care, I give you back. And in the radio, what did they show? They accused me July 19. So I cannot remember the July 19, I didn't work because I just come back for a 4 weeks vacation. I cannot think of it. And it's too surprise. I told my story. And the surveilling the boat, his name is Bob, he said, "Oh, you know, what you told me and I saw from the video is different." I said, "How can I lie? Can you show me anything? Can you show me?" He didn't show me anything
I hate to interrupt you, but remember, not acceptable to keep repeating things. In your declaration of Jian Hu,
yes.
you already told us this.
Yes.
And I read it very clearly. So what you're not going to do is repeat things over and over because you feel so strongly.
I just want you every people get it, mom. Okay, I got another one. Is the radio about the radio. Before in the August 17 in the office in area casino, they say I took 7 times, and about 200. Okay, we go to the hearing about the April 23rd, 2023. They says 13 times. They submitted in the hearing day about 10:30 some, and the hearing officer, the Massey, she say, she opened the rack. I'll ask her, "When you get it, Jesus?" He said, "I just get it." And she opened, put the computer and another computer lady, and then we see the radio. It says 13 radios and they put it together. I remember it's everyone is the same spot he choose. And after we saw the 2 radios, as table 2 or table 5, table 2 and table 5. And then I ask, can you show the table 20? And then she choose the table 20. It's totally different. So it happened different. So I questioned, I said, this is not my action, this is not me happen. And the message, she said, this is not you, this you. Okay, this person, this dealer, yeah, looks like the same me. But what happened on the table is totally different. This radio what happened? He's finished on the turn. It's not finished the whole course yet. The turn, he bid some and nobody called, so they finished it. It's automatic, he won the part. No, this is not my story. And this story is different and the time's different. Time he accused me is July 19, and right now he showed me the video July 17. July 17, 10:08 p.m. No, this time I'm not.
Okay, here's the thing. Page 2 of 4, after I told Ryan Kirk I didn't work July 19th, he purposely changed to July 17th at 10:08 p.m. You're repeating it again.
Okay.
One time, like enough. You can't do that. That's not going to be
Okay.
allowed. You don't win by saying it so many times that we have to accept it.
Okay.
That's not how this is going to work. You got to stop.
Sorry, I keep
Okay.
going. I keep going. Is the radios? How many radios? Before it's 7 times. Should be 7.
I know you
7
said
different
that.
radios.
You said that
And
already.
13. Okay.
You said that.
And after the January this year, January 9th, it's 2025, and then legal, she made the appointment with us.
Yes, I know.
When I-
You
when
went to go and watch the videos.
Yes.
That are about an hour long, and you spent 3 hours watching them, correct?
Oh, yes,
Yes, you did.
3 hours. What is the surprise? The total is 20.
Is that true? Did you spend 3 hours watching the videos?
Yes.
1 hour's worth of videos?
Where? Are she talking at the administrative hearing or?
No, I'm
No,
talking
no.
about the offices of gaming control.
Yes, 3 hours. We
Yes.
spent, but
Before
we
this hearing, here.
we didn't finish yet. I tried to make another appointment.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Because there's an hour worth of videos, right? And I was concerned that this would come up. There's an hour's worth of videos that you watched for 3 hours and you wanted more time to watch. And unfortunately, there is not an endless supply of time for you to sit and watch videos like that. It is what is a reasonableness standard? What is reasonable for a human being to watch the videos that are a part of this case? And what is reasonable is an hour worth of videos and you having 3 hours of watching them. That's reasonable in my view. You can certainly argue that it's not, but really, if that's what you're going to rest your case on, that you didn't have enough time to watch the video before today's hearing, I don't know that that's going to be particularly acceptable to anybody up here. So I don't focus on that.
can I answer your question?
Sure.
Okay. You say I will spend 3 hours, right? 3 hours is 20 radios. It's
Yeah,
not.
but they're
it's not-
total an hour. If you watch them all, they're an hour. They're
No,
about an hour.
Because a lot of errors inside. Because a lot of errors inside.
Listen, we're very familiar with the videos. The time that you had was significant. So you will never persuade me that you didn't have enough. You could have memorized the videos and each hand and each piece of jewelry that you're wearing and the maroon blouse and the hair items that you wear, just like you're wearing now. I get it, but I am not going to debate that finer point with you. You've had 3 hours of video review with an employee who is a deputy chief who ran each video snippet over and over for you. So we're not going to debate it. Just focus on whatever else you have to say because we have to move on today.
Okay. Can I answer a little bit this question? because in the detail, they give me the document, right? About the table detail, what time, what I did. And I don't make sure a lot of errors inside. So that's why it took so long. I still didn't finish yet. So,
Well,
for me,
we'll
for my-
respectfully disagree, okay?
One discrepancy is that they had embedded in the original videos a video screenshot.
And we saw the 20 radios. 20 radios, this for the whole, I don't say the detail, okay? The couple radios, this screenshot.
There's one video, one or two out of all of them
It's
where
a
somebody
screenshot.
recorded it.
And
That's what you're referring to. Is that correct?
what is
他
it?
就说一共是在2个20个里面，大概有就是说你所说的那种情况，那只不过是说是包括有其他的在里面，只是说2个。
Yeah, for my memory is two. Two radius is screenshot, is a snapshot. And some of the radios so have two stamps, 2 time stamps. Some as 2 or 3 like it. The radios have 2 time stamps. 2 time stamps, I check the AI. This is temporary, aided, or some mostly. So this is abnormal. And the table 20 also, the table 20 is not my story.
I know, but you've said that already. So I
Yeah,
need you to
and,
focus on new things because you can't have me read for 20 minutes your documents and then you just keep repeating things.
Oh, so sorry. And wait a second. And the 2 table 4s, they have 2 table 4s there. I remember the 2 table 4s is happened maybe 2 weeks ago. Why? Because the C1, the woman, the player, I remember her very clearly. She was in the table 4s very high. She's drunk. She's drink the alcohol and drunk, high, really. And after a couple days later, I made her and in the table 20. He was C1 and the same game, and she on the table 20 also C1, the same game. It's pretty deep, double bumper game. But this table 20 didn't show up with the videos. So at least 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Because I remember the woman. I said hi to her. Oh, how are you? It's nice to see you again. And under the table 9, 15 table 9, I watched very clearly because that one is in the detail. I was pictured. Table 9, this game in the.
I want to interrupt you for a second. Did you say any of this to Augusta Massey? Because I think you did. I did not. Ringmaster. You didn't see them before.
Oh, wait a second. No, I didn't say because we in the hearing on April 23rd, we just.
What is your point? That these are AI and they've been altered, or you're not in the video, or what are you saying? They're inaccurate?
You asked me the question, right? I answer you. You asked me, did you talk to I said Massey, right? Is the last hearing, the officer. Last hearing, what happened?
Hold on.
Yeah.
I need you because honestly, we're not going to do this for another half an hour. It's not going to happen. So I'm going to be cut off.
Let me answer your question.
No, I'm going to talk and you're going to listen. That'll be almost like the second time in this hearing. I am asking you what you're saying about the video. Are you saying it's fake? Are you saying it's AI? Are you saying it's not you?
No.
What are you saying?
I don't know.
Give us the short version.
I don't know. That should be not AI. Just aided it. Just but this is my opinion. I appreciate precious. And why you ask me? Did you talk to the marshal? The marshal, we in the April 23rd, the hearing, she just let us saw 3 of them.
Okay.
30 minutes, we just saw the 3.
So, okay, you answered that.
Okay.
All you have to do is tell me no because I didn't see them.
Okay.
I didn't see them all. That's it. It should be like short. What I'm asking you is very specific.
Okay.
Okay? In the videos that you're complaining about, table 20, table 4, I remember the one lady and she's not in that video. And I remember this and I remember that from many, many months ago. And the very moments that it's on that video, I remember. Okay, let's say that's true. My question to you is, what do you think is wrong with those videos? You think they're AI? Are they altered? What is it that you are saying? Give us the what you think is happening, or they're just wrong. Is that it? Is they're just wrong?
你明白吗？你需要我做翻译吗
Okay.
他
go
就是
ahead.
说你，他问你，就是说你在投诉这么多，你觉得这个 video 有问题的话，他是觉得你这个是用那个人工智能来演做的呢，还是只是说是修剪的？他只是需要你回答很简单的，就是说是或者不是。
I just say it's not true. I don't know what they did. It's not true.
So every single video you saw is false.
Not every. Just
Okay.
I saw the.
And the one where you're saying that that the customer complained, he changed his mind after
Yes,
the payout.
that one is not
Right,
true.
because you take a very long time to say it, and I'm just trying to like kind of encapsulate it for everyone here to make sure we're understanding what you're saying.
Okay.
So on the one where the customer complained, you're saying it was okay with him at the beginning and then he changed his mind later.
Yes,
That's what
yes,
you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, you took a really long time to say it, but so that's why I want to understand.
Sorry for my
That's okay, but
language
we can't
problem.
go till 5 o'clock for you to talk about 20 videos and which lady said what and all of that stuff. We can't do that. That's not going to happen. So what I'm asking you is kind of summarize now. You believe that the videos aren't true, that the customer that complained only did so after the fact and he was fine with it at the beginning. When you took the tip, he was okay with it and then he changed his mind later. Agreed? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, and that there is inaccurate statements by the agent at the hearing in front of Master Massey about the number of videos there were and how many times. They're just not the right, inaccurate or false numbers as far as you taking money is what that he's not accurately. It's not accurately summarized. Is that what you're saying?
他就是说问你，就是说最后有一段，你是觉得他的那个陈词是不对的吗？就这么简单。
最后一段。
最后那个就是说那个在那个听证的那个办公室里面，就是说你说的刚才你让他读的那段陈词，你觉得他的陈词是不对的，你需要回答吗？
Right. You question, yeah, they violation the procedures. And the radio, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
The area they for sure send the next time. They send the next time. Can you tell me what time they send and how many radios they send?
What? She's asking the video, she's asking the video they send it, what?
The second time.
The second time they send it a video.
Who's they?
Aria.
And send to who?
Casino. And send to who? The Aria Casino send it to the gaming. Then how many video they send in total?
Whatever you saw
No.
the day that you spent 3 hours at the gaming control board offices is what we have.
Yes, I know. But before it's 13, and right now we saw it's 20, total 20, and so they for sure send the second time. So my question is, the second time, how many videos they send and what day they send it?
Here's the thing. I think you're a little confused about what we're doing here. This is not a court proceeding. There are no motions. Hearsay is arguably admissible, okay? There's lots of things that you argue here that are going nowhere. So what my suggestion to you is to focus on why it is that, you're focusing on a lot of technicalities that you think will be helpful to you, like it's a court proceeding. not a court proceeding. So those are going to fail. Those arguments will fail. My suggestion is to focus on the facts, and you've already gone through where you're saying there's problems with the video, that there's more videos that you went to see than were referenced at the hearing, that the hearing master apparently only let you see 3. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And so those things are facts. We're happy to hear about the facts
Yes,
and what facts
thank
were got wrong. I have a whole slew of things, but unless there's something else, we're gonna proceed now to decision making and let you answer questions of the commissioners that may have some for you. Because this isn't a filibuster thing where you stay up there for 50 hours and you win. That's not happening, right?
Oh, sorry.
So I've got to give you reasonable time. And this has been quite reasonable because you're now repeating things and saying things that are not part of the record.
Can I have
And I
another
don't answer
question?
questions for the agents because I don't work for them and I
Sorry.
don't know.
Can I have another question? Can I ask my witness to say something?
No, we're not taking evidence. That's not allowed.
Okay, we
This
say the
proceeding-
fact. We said the fact, okay? The fact. The fact is no people complain. No people complain. The people complain the story is not true. Another one. And they accuse me is a false accusation. And another one, videos not true inside.
Okay, you've said that now.
Okay.
Repeat it.
And they and the legs. I deserve the gaming card, the gaming license. I deserve the gaming license. I followed the house policy rules, everything, and I didn't violate anything. I'm the very nice dealer everywhere. I work more than 10 casinos in 13 years here. I never steal any money. I work there. How many? Gold Coast, started Gold Coast and Fiesta and Palms, Aria, Palace Station. Palace Station, I went there twice. Palms, I went there twice. I work at lots of casinos. Everywhere my ratings are really good. And the people love me, the players love me, and the co-workers love me, management love me. Why I get mistreated from the area? I tell you one thing, maybe tell you two. The first one, you know, the area, the poker game, area make good money, the players, because there are a lot of nice players, traveler players, and high roller players. So every day, the game is different. Some game, you don't make any money, maybe a couple dollars. Some game, you can make thousands, okay? I tell you, thousands. This is the unfair. This is the retaliation, what to say? This is the mistreat here. Because they table, the big table, every day make big money, the table.
Ms. Hu?
Yes.
Here's the thing. I have read into the record 1, 2, 3 3¾ pages of one document called the brief of the hearing, single space typed. I've read 1, 2, 3 pages of another document, single space typed. It is exactly 60 minutes after you started talking. You have 3 minutes to sum up.
I don't have watch. Sorry.
I'll keep it for you, believe me. You have 3 minutes. There you go. 3:25. At 3:28, you're done. So be efficient. Be efficient with your time.
Okay. Because the times because the table is different, so some manager they make the number the good the nice table, and some people he like it, then you can have a chance to go there. So every day for about 1 month or couple weeks, every day I will, one day, what's the spot? I can make any money. And then some people make a lot of money. I tell the manager, I say, why I every day and they what's the spot? Can you let me call the car? Why they send the cars to the people, to the cars with table number, to the dealers to go to the just start. Okay. Ask him, can I call the cars once? He said, no, you cannot touch my car. Then I can do whatever I want. You cannot touch my car. This is my car. So he don't like me.
Okay, so he doesn't like you. That's okay.
So
you need to sum up because you've got 2 minutes.
and they run code, and run code. He forced me go to the day shift. They is a full-time position. Full-time position. The 2022 is WSOP. During the WSOP, after the WSOP, all the full-time dealers the rescheduling get the different day, different schedule, and after that is I was on top single and the part-time dealer, so I think I have the chance go my favorite schedule. I like the 9 p.m. I work at 9 p.m. and another dealer come from 3 a.m. I was working 3 a.m. When I just started. So I love her very good. She said, oh, I love your 9 and I want to hear. And I just take it. So,
Ms.
and
Hu,
I asked
Ms.
Jesus,
Hu.
he opened
Ms. Hu, what
11
is
to
this?
me.
Ms. Hu.
Okay, sorry.
Stop.
Okay.
How about some common courtesy? Okay?
Sorry, Jenna.
Not acceptable.
Because I didn't finish it. It's okay.
I
It's
know,
okay.
but
Doesn't
you're
matter.
never going to finish. That's part of the problem. And, you're losing your audience. We decide. And so if we don't know what you're getting at, and you've talked for 5 minutes on this particular point, I don't know what you're getting at. Someone has an axe to grind against you at the ARIA because of your schedule and because of schedule battles, or what are you saying? Can you just give us the really short version?
Because the schedule, he forced me to go to the day shift. He worked the day shift. Before 2 years ago, he asked me dating. Either in the TGI room, he said, oh,
No, I don't want the editorial. Just tell me the person is mad at you, or you were treated unfairly. I don't want to hear the back and forth. Don't do that.
both.
Okay, thank you. All right. Your presentation is complete,
Sorry.
right? And
Okay, you go ahead.
and if you feel that somehow you have something incredibly important to share that hasn't been included in this approximate hour and 5 minutes, including written materials and a lengthy description of all the things that are wrong with what happened in this proceeding and the evidence, then you can take it up with the district court if that ever becomes relevant. I don't know, because I don't know what's going to happen next. So at the end, so you're done with your portion. I'm going to ask my colleagues, do any of you have any questions for Ms. Hu, starting with Commissioner Silver? Any questions?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Ms. Hu, are you working somewhere now?
Yes, sir. I work at the Air Force Base.
Right.
Yes.
Commissary?
Commissary, yes.
The commissary. And how
Yes,
long
sir.
have you been doing the commissary?
From last February,
Okay.
almost 1 year.
But you are still there?
I'm still there. And I passed the Department of Defense.
Yes. Good. Thank you. I wanted to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
I have no questions.
Okay. So here's how this works. You've presented your case. I've read into the record the challenges to the evidence and the problems that you assert both with the evidence, the procedure, the videos, the testimony, and the proceedings. I will simply say, for the purposes of any motion that gets made right now, that we don't make determinations. We don't entertain motions to dismiss. That's not a thing here. The only thing that we entertain is a hearing with relaxed rules where we've let you talk about hearsay because that's fine. You can. We're listening to it and we're willing to listen to it and we're listening to what was read into the record here. So what happens now is someone will make a motion and that motion will address what is going to happen here. After that motion is made, the rules require that this body, meaning Commissioner Krolicki, and I'm pointing up not because he's in heaven, but because he's in Reno.
Isn't that heaven?
It is heaven. It's a form of heaven, but it's Reno. And the four of us here then talk about the motion. Then after we talk about the motion, there is a vote. And only after motions are made and votes are made does any of us know what's going to happen next. The motion part and the discussion part is not for you, it's for us. Okay?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So, does anyone have a motion?
Yes. I move to sustain the objection of the Gaming Control Board.
Okay. So there's been a motion to sustain the objection. Can I have any comments or discussion from the members of the commission on this motion? Commissioner, let's start with Krolicki because he's up north and I don't want him to feel like he's not having his opportunity to be heard. Commissioner Krolicki, do you have any comments or discussion on the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hu, thank you for coming today. We've heard a lot from you. We've read a substantial amount from you, but the facts of the case as I read them in your interview, and I know you've got lots of descriptions of things, but the core facts that are in front of me, in front of this commission, are what I must base a decision on, and I'm going to support the motion based on the information that I believe is accurate and fair. I appreciate your other comments, but I believe there's enough here to sustain the hearing officer and the board's recommendation. So I will support the motion as made.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. The only comments I would make is that thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Our job today on this appeal is to review the record below and to review the hearing master's decision. We don't reweigh credibility determinations that are made by the hearing master, what she believes, what she doesn't believe. We give her deference, and giving her deference to her factual findings. We do not reweigh evidence here. So we don't reweigh what she thought of your testimony or what she thought of the surveillance tape. So having said that, looking at the record, it's clear to me that despite your contesting certain things about the surveillance, it's clear from the record when the agents Mirandized you during their investigation that you admitted to taking the pre-tips, and basically in summary fashion, you stated that pre-tips are fine. There was no policy against it. You weren't really trained on it, and that all the other dealers do it. And you didn't really dispute the fact that you take pre-tips. That's what you said. And right now you're shaking your head. Yeah.
Right.
So
Thank
there's no real dispute, despite the fact that you spent a long time contesting what was in the surveillance tape. You really don't dispute that you take pre-tips. Mr. Kirk was your employer, or excuse me, he was your supervisor. He is the one that called the gaming agents, and he is the one that identified you within the videotape and said that you were the one doing whatever was going on in the surveillance. Now, we don't look at that, okay? We're an appellate. We sit in appellate kind of fashion. So we don't relook at that. But we know that Mr. Kirk identified you throughout that surveillance tape as the dealer throughout, taking various pre-tips. And by the way, you don't dispute taking pre-tips. So the hearing master, by the way, did not find that you lied on your application. The hearing master agreed with you and said the agent was wrong, that you were never arrested, that you didn't fill out your application wrong. So the hearing master didn't go against you on any of the things regarding the arrest from your application. All right. And so we're not holding your application against you at all. But the hearing master did make a determination that you weren't forthright and that you took money from your employer from taking it from the pot in a pre-tip fashion. And so that's what we look at. There was no evidence that it was okay to take pre-tips. Besides you saying it, there's no evidence that it's okay to do that. You were terminated for doing that immediately. And in fact, a player called you out for taking pre-tips. In any event, based on the entirety of the record below and looking at the hearing master's decision, I find no legal error at all. And at this time, I would agree and I would vote to sustain the objection.
All right, so at this time, I'm going to call for a vote on the motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Ms. Hu, unfortunately, today, you are not successful in persuading the commission that there was error in front of the hearing master. We appreciate the arguments that you've made. The evidence will be retained just as you requested. Chief, how long is the evidence? I mean, there's a period for which there's a petition for judicial review, presumably that she could file, but we keep that evidence how long? You're the chief, man. Everything's your jurisdiction. So you don't have that much time to seek a court review of this matter. So but we will have it. And if for some reason we are wrong on the 5 years, we will send you a letter telling you how long we will keep it. So we will double check. Everything will be retained. And if for some reason after today, we were in error and it's some less time, like 3 years or 2 years, we will send you a letter and tell you exactly how long we're keeping it so that you can.
Wait a second.
他就是说，所有的证据现在呢，就是说，假设是5年，那所有的那个这些录像呢，也就是会保留5年。如果说是这个5年，他们觉得是，他们当然要回去查这个文件。如果这个文件查出来，就是说，如果其实是需要保留更久的，那他们会写一封信告诉你，这样子。
All right.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you. At this time, initially, I want to make a record that initially we did not have an available internal staff member and we couldn't get a commitment for a third-party interpreter. And so, between the assistance from the Chief of Administration, Nathan Riggle, Deputy Chief Rusty LeBlanc of the Audit Division, and you, Peggy.
No, actually, I'm Rebecca.
You're Rebecca.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought it was, so it was Rebecca.
DC. Yeah, she's
DC. Okay, without you, we couldn't have had today's hearing because she needs to be comfortable that she had interpreting available. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I understand that you were not able to attend to your normal duties today because you were here with us in Boulder City. And we appreciate you doing this for this hearing, greatly appreciated. Ms. Hu, thank you for your patience. Yeah. You can pursue whatever review of this you so choose, and we wish you good luck. As far as the time frame, I'm sorry, for this particular, it's a year from tonight. How many?
When?
No, I'm not talking
For
about that. I'm talking
reconsideration,
about
it's a year from today?
reconsideration for her gaming.
The earliest?
So 1 year you can apply. So in the meantime, if you want to challenge it, you can, but in 1 year you can reapply and it will be determined at that time.
For reconsideration.
For reconsideration.
现在呢，就是说你的要求是已经被杜绝了，那需要等1年以后再来申请。
I don't understand. Can you please explain more clearly?
Okay, the hearing master's recommendation has been accepted and has been sustained, meaning accepted. We agree with the hearing master and we're not finding enough errors to disregard. So you cannot work in gaming for a year, but in a year, you can submit another application.
It mean I can try to go to the casino, find a job, submit the
You have to
application.
you have to apply to get your registration license.
你需要等1年以后，你现在因为他们就是维持原判这样子，等到1年以后你再来申请你的
It mean you don't give me immediately, right? You
Not
don't
immediately. You can apply in a year.
another year.
A year from today, you can apply again.
Apply-
Not at a casino.
How to apply?
To the Gaming Control Board, like the application you filled out that we said you didn't lie on because
send
you
it-
told the truth. You didn't lie because you weren't arrested. That application.
What?
Sends a
What?
letter to the hearing.
Oh, to the hearing?
Yeah, she sent another letter. It's a petition for reconsideration.
Okay.
就是说，
So you
Alright,
can
give me license.
petition.
对啊，license 你要重新等1年以后才可以申请，你不是说现在就可以去赌场去工作，他现在是维持你的原判。
And they 1 year the date is what is the exactly the date?
So just from sheer exhaustion. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. You can petition for reconsideration to have your registration approved so that you can work in gaming 1 year from today. So you can say, look, I know I didn't win last time, but look at all the good things I've done in my life. Please reconsider and let me work in gaming again. You can do that 1 year from today. You can make that request.
从今天开始以后，1年以后，你可以重新再。
I can request right now.
No, you have to put 1 year from today.
translated.
1 year from today, you can petition to.
Oh, okay. I get you.
See what I'm saying? It's
I
not
get
like
you.
a do-over of all this. It's where you say, look, looking forward, look at all I've done the last year, and this was a long time ago, and I've done this and I've done that, and show us, whoever's here, that you should be given another chance.
Okay, you mean I can apply 1 year from today?
Correct.
Later.
A petition to reconsider and give you another, give you an opportunity to register and work in gaming 1 year from today.
1 year from today.
It
Okay.
doesn't mean
Thank
it
you.
would be approved.
It mean,
It would be reheard.
you,
It doesn't mean it gets approved, but you get to come in and ask.
can I come to ask it next month?
1 year. That's the rules that apply to everyone.
Okay, delayed too long time for me. I'm in
understand.
trouble.
It's gonna fly by.
And I know, but it's a holiday, it's a
I
hard,
understand.
destroy my life.
I understand.
And I formal request here, and you Gaming Control Board, Gaming Commission, and preserve the evidence.
We remember we talked
Yeah.
about 5 years, and if they don't keep it for 5 years, we're gonna send you a letter and tell you how long they keep it.
Thank you.
Does that
Thank you
make
very
sense?
much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, I've been asked for a comfort break, so I'm going to. I keep texting me. So Commissioner Krolicki, we're gonna take a break of what would sound reasonable to you?
If you want to proceed, I don't, we just have administrative reports, correct?
Administrative
public
reports
comment?
and public comment, if you can wait. If
Yeah,
that's
please, let's proceed with the meeting. We don't need a break.
Okay, thank you. So next on our agenda are the administrative reports. Let's start with Chair Hendrick, who.
Chief Hoffman here covering for Chair Hendrick. All I've got is information on the February board meeting. It will be a one-day meeting back here in Boulder City on Wednesday, February 12th. We'll have 9 non-restricted items at 9 a.m. and at 1 p.m. we'll start 5 restricted items, and so far we have 1 patron dispute.
Thank you. How about from our Attorney General's office today? Nothing from the Attorney General today. Okay, Madam Secretary, could you please, we're going to close with our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Is there anyone present in Carson City, Commissioner Krolicki, to make a public comment?
There's no public comment in Carson City. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. There's no one present here in Las Vegas for public comment, and that will close our public comment section. This concludes the the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of January. We are adjourned.
Thank you, everyone. I'll see you next month.